Sorry.
The most seamless transition.
Not too loud, not too...
Yeah, we didn't bust you guys' mics this time. What is happening? Sorry for the late start. We had some mic issues. We were doing our initial testing, so a little late on the start. I don't think we have any really announcements. So...
No.
Welcome, everyone, to episode 22?
Yep, that's correct.
That's correct. We're getting there.
Yep. Sesh 22.
Sesh 22. Yeah, so let's just jump right into it for today. So, last we left off, the Starlight Battalion, bringing their investigation to the city-state of... Yeah, please put that away. Brought their investigation for the search for these two individuals with their cleric tag-along and her protector in tow. Finally arrived on the docks with a rather warm greeting thanks to the advanced precautions you took in place by speaking with the head of the Adventurers Guild. You docked your ship on an outskirt, a orbiting station, and took a shuttle into Yol, and immediately most of you had a pretty heavy sensory overload by the advanced technology that covers the surface of Yol, everything from automaton to the magical colleges that are here. You spent some time observing the city and traveling to the Divide, which is the guard station that bridges in between the two twins. You had a very strange conversation with your contact there. Probably not the best first impression, but you know, you established contact.
We docked smoothly.
Yeah, you did.
That's right.
It is pretty smooth.
You, with help from Guardian, got Astra out of the room to go have them set up your lodgings for the next couple of days. And proceeded, as your first order of business, to travel to the College of Necromancy, where you saw some of the campus and learned a little bit more about what that college is for. Not necessarily resurrecting the dead, but helping those that are still left behind come to terms with a loved one's death through magical or just plain old psychological means. You met the headmaster, who only referred to herself as Sister, and had a wonderful conversation with her in her office, where she tried to answer some of your questions to the best of her knowledge, up until you asked her about Ravanya, at which point, not her, but something else had quite a bit to say, telling you this parent prophecy, and which you later confirmed she didn't know what it was that she said, but told you that it was some kind of entity from beyond the veil.
I think I tried to block that out, because that shit was horrifying.
Yeah.
Did it. And when she told you that it was not a spirit, but she suspected it was more powerful, so a somewhat separated soul, so not just a spirit, but an entire soul that, upon the mentioning of the name, this is the message they wanted to convey. You took in that information.
Cried.
And cried. You spent some time in the library where you found a book, a theory that was written by none other than Bella Hollyhock, talking about her belief in champions of the gods, and this belief that across the Stoltorian field after the Great Rift, that they actually have gods that are out there that communicate directly with mortals, in the theory which has been shot down by a professor. You went and spoke with that professor.
Called him a bitch.
Called him a bitch.
Pretty much.
Yeah, quite disrespectful. Had a very awkward conversation and were ushered out of the office.
He honestly just had bitch attitude.
Huh? Yeah,
He just gave off bitch vibes.
yeah, he had some
really.
pretty strong bitch vibe. You guys were just calling him out all over his
The
office.
vibe was not chill.
No.
The vibe was not.
In fact, yeah.
And with that, we continue. As you all are ushered out of the office, and I'll say you're starting to kind of go down the steps back into like the main courtyard, Starlight Battalion, what do you wish to do?
Well, I didn't like that guy whatsoever.
I hated that.
I was really hoping he'd have more of like an open mind and be able to like give some insight on things, but no.
Nope.
What was he talking about with the worms?
I don't know.
Can we get one of those handouts to go?
What did he mean by that?
Disgusting.
I have no idea.
Listen, let's not be so close.
Can you explain?
Sorry.
I cover your ears again.
What do you know, Vegas?
Nothing.
I know nothing of the worm lady.
I think that's pretty much everything for like the necromancy area, right?
I'll
Were there 2
share-
other spots we wanted to?
I'll share my knowledge about the emerald scarring. I think that Apollo and I figured out, which is that it happens in like mining operations.
It's more of a fun.
It's more of a fungal or a vapor kind of thing, not sure. And I tell them about like the green tears and the stained face, and it's like, you can get better, but it's like
More than likely you'll just die.
more
before
likely you
get
just die.
better.
Yeah.
Did they give us any like cure, like?
No, because there's
remedies?
no cure. It's just that the folk tale is that it'll happen when like you go too far to the heart of the island.
Is
Is there-
back?
Yes.
There's no mining being done in Dendar, right?
No, but if
We're
it's from the
thinking it's-
lower ring, they could have been people who were working in Ironfell and then just
docks.
came. But it might be a different.
Well, have we? I guess that would be a good thing. Have they heard any? Has Charles heard any reports of this happening in Ironfell?
Don't think we talked to Charles about it.
I will message Charles.
Sending.
Or cast sending.
Okay.
What do you want to ask him?
Hi, Charles. It's your best friends. Have you heard?
Ava misses you.
Have you heard of the emerald
And
scarring
Ava misses you.
in Ironfell recently? Oh, and by the way, Ava misses you.
Okay.
He's right there.
Just that long silence.
I knew what he meant right away. I just wasn't gonna give it any credence and pay it no mind.
After a few
Literally
seconds,
so stupid this morning.
everyone's like brain dead. Yeah.
He was just like, huh?
You get a quick response of, "Hello, chaperone of Ava."
Well, I guess we're moving in the right direction.
It's a title.
You didn't just call me a bitch.
Hello, bitch.
I've been monitoring the situation due to its shoes, but no, there have been no cases reported in Ironfell.
Oh.
Call me Ava chaperone.
I mean, is he wrong?
Kinda. I mean, Ava does her own thing more so than I do.
She does, but I think that's how Charles sees all of us.
I guess
It's just Ava is the sun, and we all just kind of like.
Yeah, we revolve around Ava.
What's that? Charles said he didn't know anything about the. Well, there hasn't been any reports of the emerald scarring in Ironfell,
Interesting.
which is odd considering that's probably where it would originate from.
And
Yeah.
has anyone figured out why the ship blew up?
Which
Back in
ship?
session 1, did we ever figure that out? No, right? There was a crashing?
The ship that they were on?
No.
Remember that whole
No,
ship
the-
scene
the docks.
with the docks? When the docks closed, there was like that one ship that crashed.
crashed
into-
into another?
We never
The
knew.
aggressive
It was-
docking.
We never figured out why.
Yeah, the story that was reported was it was basically a bunch of inexperienced flyers that got too reckless and basically collided with each other, and the debris, it was so close down, the debris like scattered across and caused some other collisions.
No, it's okay. It's good. Don't worry about it. Just don't step on it. It's the spider, so it has pointy legs. So like a Lego, like a plastic Lego.
That was a die.
spider.
She just grabbed a whole spider.
She drew it. What the hell?
Here's my pocket widow.
Perish.
It's that plastic spider that you guys
So,
3D printed. Oh,
that was
really?
that was
Oh,
the
nice.
that was the
scares me.
story. Was that it was just inexperienced pilots?
Yes, but we don't actually know
Whether or not that
anything.
was the case or not. We should have asked Headmaster while we had the opportunity.
Yeah. It's just, it's just more strange now, especially if.
What is on? Considering they're not doing any mining on Dendar itself.
And then
Unless
Ironfell has
they are.
Well, because
And no
unless
one's-
Altor snuck in and they're mining through Dendar.
Well, unless there's some like
love
underground
paranoia.
mining You know,
What is that?
like some underground mining.
Like corrupted, like corruption. They're letting some
underground.
mining.
Like on the DL, it's
Yeah.
underground.
It's under the underground.
It's the down low mining.
Down low mining.
It's the down low mining.
Yeah, down low mining.
Yeah. Like something could be happening. It could be a symptom of mining going on.
I think that's what Ava read. Primarily was it comes from.
I mean,
Mining.
one thing I needed to add to your the message I forgot to mention. Last thing I said was no. There have been no reports. There have been no reports on Dendar, or sorry, on Ironfell. On Ironfell.
By the way, you're a bitch.
But
In case you forgot.
quarantine procedures are starting to be implemented across more of the island. This has spread much faster in a week since it began than we expected.
So it's not. It doesn't seem natural.
Well, because isn't the whole thing that you read that like it doesn't spread?
Yeah,
It
it doesn't
actually
usually
kills
spread.
before it spreads.
Well, it can spread, but
It
it's
can,
because
but
it's so
Normally
fatal.
they die first before being able
before
to
it can
spread.
spread. Yeah.
So maybe one person got it from somewhere else in some weird variant where it like just took longer to kill him, and then brought it back to Dendar.
Well, I mean, in the book that Ava and I read, the emerald scarring has been occurring for as long as.
As long as we've tried to inhabit the islands in the sky.
Yeah. And
So
it's not the only disease. It's just the
No, no,
one that's
no.
like the most. It's like smallpox. Like when it gets it, everyone kind of is like, "Oh crap!" But it's not it's not infectious because usually it just kills whoever gets it.
But
It's like
so for-
it's like there's a cluster of people who experience it and they all die at once generally, and they don't get to spread it on.
That's what I'm saying, and that's how it's been since
Yeah.
the skies haven't been inhabited. So why the change now? I don't think it's a coincidence that the change is happening now in the midst of everything else that's going on.
Biowarfare.
From what I would know, Altor doesn't.
Not that you know of, but also you weren't really privy to a lot of the undergoings of Altor.
It doesn't seem like they're kind of fashion now.
Did you know Altor had serpentine tech?
No.
How much more do you not know? Just not in the bad way, just truly there could be.
A lot.
A lot.
I don't know
Yeah.
very much. They kind of just said, "We have your family go do this," and I was like, "What? Okay, and here I am."
I go up to Apollo and kind of hug his thigh and just pat his leg.
Thank you, Ava. Okay, well, we can say that conversation back to them.
Back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh,
And we're copyright.
Okay.
I think we just don't have enough information.
We don't.
Yeah.
It could also, I just want to throw another thing in if it's tied to Ravanya in any way.
It's either Ravanya, Altor, or
And another thing. The gods
the
themselves.
Wolf's Ear.
Oh.
Did you think I forgot the name?
No.
Do you think the wolves are capable?
Say who you blame, who you want to blame. Say it.
Say my name.
Well, should we go to some of the other places? Like,
Yeah.
what was the academies of history and
Yeah.
the archives
think
and
that-
Academy of Experimental?
I think we go. I think history first.
Because that'll tell us more about like
Illusion.
previous things of the
I
Emerald
think
Star.
history.
And then from there we can go to.
And
the
then also we can get some, maybe, School of Necromancy though has divine studies. You did all the divine studies though,
Yeah.
as much as you could.
Didn't find a whole lot. Kind of led to that professor. Didn't lead to much more. And then this book from Bell, which I guess
We can bring that back up.
we can bring that up when we see Bell next.
Sure.
I could also. What time of day?
What
is
if we ask Sister if she has any other contacts or professors across the endless sky who are into divine studies?
I think that's going to be a lot. And I don't
Oh,
think
no?
she'll be.
I think that would be a rather broad thing.
I don't think she'll be able to pinpoint to exactly what we're looking for.
No, but it could be just someone who's better at it than
him.
Well, I honestly think Hollyhock is
probably the best.
the best way to go. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. And just because it isn't accepted by these professors doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a thing. And I think we go down that rabbit hole before we go, hey, who are your other professors?
Okay.
I don't, it just seems, instead of looking for a broad thing, we can just narrow it down right away and go for that.
Sure.
Just check the Academy of History first.
I will also just throw out real quick. The professor that you talked to was an arcane user.
Was an arcane user?
Not a divine.
Is an arcane user. Yeah, he's
Not a
not.
divine
He's not a
magic.
priest.
But he studied divine.
Yeah.
Professor
So maybe
Cindrix.
if there's other divine users that are professors, we can question them about their divine connection.
That's fair. I mean, clerics here, again, are not more so devoted to the gods, but the ideals of what the gods represent, like pathos guiding the lost, or I don't know the other. Well, Apollo wouldn't know the other gods, but they're more so devoted to the ideals of the god, not the gods themselves.
Right.
So it doesn't seem like. I think that's going to be the widely accepted viewpoint here. But we can speak with the other professors. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah.
Second opinion, that guy
While
was
we're
an
here, we
asshole.
might as well.
Yeah.
Good nerd.
Yeah, that guy was an asshole. So.
Yeah, would there be, I guess that's a good question. Would there be any temples?
I'll say it wouldn't take you guys long to ask around. There are no temples on Yule.
I'm sure there are temples.
Can we ask?
But you guys have no. You know, there's temples on all the other cities. There's just not any on this one.
Yule seems very.
Arcane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the books.
So, I mean, we could. I
We
think,
can just keep an eye out.
yeah.
It doesn't have to be here.
Yeah.
But that's a good line of questioning.
So, to the College of
To the
History.
College of History and Archives.
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 Yeah. And I will.
Archives.
I'll just a bit of a recap. So I'm looking at some of my notes. One of you guys was looking into the. It was you. You were looking at Loreley.
Yes.
Yep.
And you didn't find information there, but you drew that probably the best place to look at would be the College of Engineering or the College of the Experimental.
Right, which is on the moon side.
Right. As so is the histories.
Okay.
Just wanted to
Cool.
remind you about that.
Side.
To the moon side. To the moon.
And we're there.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I would say easy enough. Narratively, you guys travel through the city. It takes you a bit to figure out where the transport is, as you don't. You figure out really quickly that going through the two connecting beings of energy is not the primary mode of transportation in between the two twins. That's just if you want to pass through this more secure area. There are other transports that kind of do arcs around the other side. And I'll say it's easy enough. It is going to cost you a silver piece to jump from one side to the other.
No, it's not.
Pass.
Adventure pass. Because now.
We know.
As you, as you pull out the adventurer's license,
Adventurer's
the fee is waived.
And I just put the little pass sticker at the bottom of it.
Sure. You
Wait,
know.
let me see that. All right, adventure on the bottom too.
All right. You got,
Adventurer's pass.
all right. Yep.
massive
The fee's
I like how
waived.
mad we got about it.
Yeah.
Just the fact, just all of you looking at me going, pass, all at the same time. Whoa.
What she told us.
She said pass.
We needed to pass.
Got the pass.
So easy enough. You guys are able to get transport. I will say, you guys got to Yole pretty early in the morning, but you have been jumping around and going to a lot of different places, having a lot of different conversations. Just researching the library took a few hours. You're starting to push towards late afternoon, evening.
Reminds me of San Francisco. It's like, hey, you want to go do this? Oh, yeah, I'll see you in 2 hours.
2 hours that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're starting to get later in the day.
Rough.
You get the impression that things are kind of like New York. The city doesn't really sleep, but the later you go, you're probably gonna start missing, some of the headmasters or whatever. So just keep that in mind. So where do you want to go first? You are starting to push into later in the evening.
I think histories, yeah.
Histories?
I'm gonna go to the College of Experimental.
No,
If
we
it's
don't.
close. If it's close.
Buddy system.
If someone would like to join me,
I'll go with him.
Okay.
I would say I'd go with him, but I feel like you guys wouldn't trust me and wait.
Did you have some messed up things happen the last time you were alone?
You go with him.
Yeah.
But then it's just you two. What if bad things happen there?
No, then it's us three. If it's you two,
Okay. Yeah, we'll mix up the teams.
well, also,
Yeah,
I
mix
mean,
up the teams.
that's up to you. It has to do with your backstory as well, I guess.
Backstory? What's that?
Oh, sorry. That's the story of the fourth wall. It's
It's a nice back you got there, Zach.
sorry. That's my fourth wall script. I was reading.
Flip the page over.
Flip the page
Oh
over.
my god, someone
I
got
see.
like.
It is up to you. That's all I have to say.
It would make more sense for you to go.
Okay, fine. Back to
take
me, Apollo, and you.
Yes.
Apollo's starting to have an existential crisis.
Oh, Reed?
He's gonna be left alone with these two.
I go over to the right side and grab his hand, and then I look over to you,
Have
I
fun,
grabbed the
Apollo.
left side.
Awesome.
and then we kind of swing.
He has to be in bed by 8. See him by 7:30.
But I can help with everything.
Gives you a to-do list of caretaking of you.
He just passes you.
It's like a scroll that never ends.
Like,
He needs to be dunked in a bath for
It's just
of water for
bumping
15
straight to a page.
minutes.
Don't get them wet. Don't feed them after midnight. They will duplicate.
Yeah.
Next step, we know they're gonna do it anyway.
Yep.
Oh my god, you get wet as more U's everywhere. Oh,
But progressively smaller.
yeah.
Well, let's.
Yeah, let's go to read at history and archives.
Archives, nice.
Vegas uses chives sometimes. They're good.
Oh, you can eat archives?
Yeah. Well, they're our chives, but
All right. Well, we'll start with we'll start with you three first. So, as you all, and I would say you guys take some time to look at your map, figure out where all the academies are, and you split off in your different directions. You guys are going to histories and archives.
yep.
Yes.
It's the furthest from the trolley system or the transportation.
Wait, before we get too far apart, there's only one adventuring license, though.
I take out a scroll and I illusionary script as close as I can to the actual adventurer's license.
Okay, just go ahead and make an Arcana check or a and go ahead and Arcana check.
Not performance.
No, it's a spell.
Not dexterity. Because I'm copying.
Make it. Okay, go ahead and make a spell attack. How's that?
Look at him. Look at him.
Trying so hard.
Finagle.
Anything else, please?
I'll let you just. You can either Arcana check or spell attack.
I can give you guidance.
Ooh, what's my spell attack? Hold on.
Isn't it?
Probably higher than your Arcana.
Spell attack is +8. Arcana is definitely not. Well, I have Jack of all trades. Yeah, I'm gonna do spell attack.
Finagle.
You can't guide attacks, can you?
No.
Ability.
And I
It's only
cannot inspire
ability.
myself yet. 19.
19. Okay.
Nice.
So just remember that's about. We'll say it's going to be DC 19, or for whoever looks at this. Immediately you can see this is obviously like not an adventuring license. Your adventuring license it basically has like an arcane watermark on it. This one you're not able to copy that,
I'm
but
trying
at
to
least it's
photocopy enough of it.
yeah.
to
But you
make
have like
it
a
seem
photocopy of this, so you're not sure if it's going to work per se. You just have to see when you try to use it. So who has the real one and who has the copy?
Well, you would have the real one.
So are we giving it to them?
I'll give them the copy.
I don't think you should need it unless you take public transport.
Do we want to meet back somewhere before we
Well, I
actually
can
get
always
back?
message
or-
you guys about where we want to meet.
How many spell slots do you have left? Because you cast. Is that the first or the second
That's
time
the
you cast
first one
it?
for the day.
For the day.
Yeah, because I didn't cast it beforehand.
Okay.
I have 3 third level spell slots. I have 2
Didn't
left.
you cast one in the morning?
Because I thought you casted one
I
last
cast
session.
it on the boat before
Yeah,
we got
we're on the
into
way
Yule,
here.
You did.
Okay.
but I haven't cast it since being here.
Well, have we rested anything?
No, not since you guys arrived at Yule.
Yeah, so I have 2 left.
Yeah, you got to Yule early morning, and you guys basically just been going all day since you got here. Okay, so we'll start with you three. As you make your way, it's
Oh boy.
the histories and archives is on the almost the opposite side of where the transport was, and it doesn't take you long to find it, as this building stands out from all the others. You can see at first look, it looks like it's made out of these stone towers that are much shorter than all of the other structures. But as you approach, you realize they are also a mix of metal, stone, and brick. But a lot of that stonework is illusionary. Most of the structure is actually made out of metal. Sorry for like voices. That have just been crafted and sculpted to look like stonework. And at first this catches you kind of strange as why everything else around here is this big massive skyscraper, but this academy is much squatter in comparison, maybe only like 2 or 3 stories. But as you approach, you realize why. This is one of the few structures that actually tunnel into the island itself, and most of the academy is actually underground. And as you approach, each of these like 3 towers has different labels above the top, and you can see there are librarians are moving back and forth. And in the center of this trio of towers is a small blue-colored booth with like a thatch roof on top. And again, a closer inspection, you see it's just an illusion to make it look like hay. And you can see information center.
So, what are we trying to find out again?
I think this would be the best place to look for emerald scarring.
Okay.
And then anything on like divine or gods, champions, that kind of stuff.
Ravanya, Worm Lady.
Yep.
Got it.
Kind of the same stuff we were looking at last time, just different area.
What he said.
Got it.
And specifically for emerald scarring, I'm looking for textbooks or treatments on treatments and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, go up to the info center, I think,
He was
And
putting on his glasses today.
and explain
They didn't
that.
put them on, they just come out of them.
I climb up.
I lift Ava.
Okay.
As you kind of peek over the desk, you can see that they were completely like drawn into whatever book there was they were reading and didn't even notice you approach. You see as they look up, you see that it is a completely black Aarakocra with a long, like almost yellow beak, almost looks like a crow or a raven. Okay. You see it kind of looks over you and it kind of squawks and the feathers kind of come up in surprise and just, I beg your pardon. And you see like it has like gold spectacles, it kind of like takes off and, how can I help you? What's happening?
Hello.
How's it going? We were looking on some information for the emerald
God
scarring.
fucking damn it! Stop it.
He's tearing up.
Are you unwell?
They are unwell. It's weird. Anyways,
No, I'm winning.
we're adventurers.
Well, you have
I
glasses,
pull,
it's an
I
unfair
pull
advantage.
into you.
Here's our adventuring license. We're looking for information. We need access to the libraries. Please ignore everything else that's going on. It's stupid.
Did you fucking blink?
No.
I refuse to give up. This is my ninja ways.
We're looking for information on the emerald scarring.
More importantly, treatment and how to... Oh, fuck.
Hey.
We're having a teacher moment, like, no, I'll wait. Go ahead.
More importantly, how to treat it and, just the history of the emerald scarring.
You did it to yourself.
I did. Your glasses.
Very well. And you see, he kind of like looks around.
Is this a real person or like an illusion? Sorry, I was a little preoccupied in the description.
Real person. You see, it is a
All black,
Aarakocra.
looks like a raven. I got that part. I just didn't know if it was illusion or real.
You're gonna get slapped, my guy.
You see, as he kind of looking around.
It's my ninja way.
You see, as he pulls out, it looks like a set of like index cards, and you see emerald scar. And he pulls out dreadful business. I'm assuming that you're here from Dendar.
Yes.
Oh, very well. Our archives are at your disposal, especially with venturing license. Yeah, and you see he hands you a card. And you can see that each of these buildings have like a label. And it looks like in like almost like Roman numeral, like 1, 2, and 3. And you can see that this one is directing you towards building 3, sub-level 14.
Jesus.
We're going down.
Please take care with the books, and please, your adventuring license does allow you to check out one novel, but we
Novel?
but one tome.
Okay.
But we recommend that if you
50
have
Shades
any
of Grey.
information that you need,
50 Shades of Rainbow.
that if you have any texts or tomes that you need to have checked out, just speak with one of our transcribers, and they can copy whatever information that you might need out of it. You are allowed to take out one book with your license, but we ask that you please don't, if possible. Especially, and if you are to leave, please return the books before you
Got
do
it.
so.
And one more thing we're looking for.
Yes.
Any books or areas on the history of, or more information on divinity or gods and like gods like interacting with mortals, that kind of.
You see, like a feathers kind of stick up, and I don't know if our college would have that much information. Let me see.
Insight check on why the feathers stick
I've
up?
ruffled him. No.
Yeah.
You see, it's more. It's kind of like more like I wasn't expecting that kind of
Oh,
question.
okay.
Yeah, nothing malicious. More just like, okay. And he looks around for a bit, and he gives you another card that sends you over to Tower 1.
Tower 1. So 1 is Building 3, Sublevel 14, and then Tower 1.
Building 1.
Okay.
Sublevel.
4. There's somewhere in these 3 buildings.
She went.
Yeah.
Sublevel 4.
All right, so you guys are at sublevel 4, 2,
Okay.
42.
A2 potatoes.
Eat 2 potatoes.
Okay.
A2 potatoes.
Do we want to just go to the same place at the same time?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be really bad if one of us
Yeah.
got
I
lost.
will get lost here.
I think I will get lost here
Paul
too.
starts to back away.
I grab Apollo's right hand.
I ball on his shoulder.
Alright.
I'm getting claimed by the little ones.
Where do we want to go first, you guys?
Let's go deep. Let's go to the
So
sublevel.
Emerald Scarring.
Yep.
All right.
Do it.
Go ahead and make investigation checks. You guys may roll with advantage since you are teaming up on this.
I'm gonna guide myself.
Absolutely.
Does someone want to give it?
And then I rolled. Remember, I rolled for my potent, not potent, but it was even to help wheel. Cosmic ovens. I'm so sorry, I can't
Use
talk.
that on me last time.
I know, but I get 3 of them a
Oh,
day.
hell yeah.
You can use it if you wish.
So I'm gonna go ahead and use it on. I don't know who has good. You guys already rolled. I'm just gonna go ahead on you.
Okay, because I have shit investigation.
Okay.
So what does that do? Add a d6?
Add a d6.
I inspire Ava.
Wow.
Hey, that actually helped a lot.
All right, what do you do, Apollo?
I pull out my loot.
You know,
You piss off everyone in the library immediately. No! The loot, you just hear
Ava's so smart and kind. She'll
I hate
find
it.
this
I hate
book in no time.
I hate it.
I have so much
hate it.
faith.
Okay.
Looking at you,
Please
ugly
make it stop.
face.
Stop.
Mean. That's just mean, not inspiring.
What do we get?
Should I use that Bardic
You
to
get
do
it.
this?
You
Can I
can.
take
You
disadvantage?
get a D8.
Okay. It only lasts
It's a
10
minute.
minutes.
You might as well
Sure,
try
go
it.
ahead, add a D8.
I should use it, is what I'm hearing. I think I got up to a 19 so
Fuck it,
far.
we're going balls deep.
I rolled an 8,
20.
so 27.
All right, it's 27.
21.
21.
19.
19. Great
I
rolls,
was at a
guys.
19.
Okay, so you're trying to find more information, more specifically about a cure.
And,
And
yeah.
the treatments for Emerald Scarring
And see if
curing.
there's history. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like how to stop spread.
Apollo would be more interested in looking like the past occurrences of it and trying to figure out why this one's so different and why it's spreading instead of just killing everybody. Not
Okay.
so more the treatment.
I will say, you rolled a 27.
She rolled a 19.
A 27!
You got 27 on your roll. As you are looking through, you find more like medical textbooks.
Okay.
And a lot of these are extremely dated. So what you found more in the other, in the School of Necromancy was more modern practical application. Think of it more like on a ground level, like this is what we have to do to triage these kinds of situations. What you're finding here is some of the original research that was done on these, and it is rough. A lot of the terminology, since none of you have a background in this, you just don't understand what it means.
Cut off their heads and pray.
Kind of. Well, a lot of it also, like, imagine picking up.
Medicine.
Imagine picking up like a medical textbook for how to cure cancer and what cancer is. If you have no idea what a cancer is, it's
I'm half proficient in medicine.
halfway. So you're able to read it. You're able to get more information, but it's more of like it's a rough read. Like you guys all need like Advil after this.
I
after these
don't
books.
even try.
This
I
is
see
worse
the
than
words.
studying for the
I have-
navigator's exam.
Yeah.
Have one of the copy people copy this.
Okay. Yeah. We'll say like you pull over. It's like, oh, so what is it you're studying?
I
Oh,
copy this whole book.
it's just you crush this person's soul.
Can we give him like
So
a
we'll
bowl?
say that it's
Do
just
you
you know.
accept tips?
Oh,
I'll say that this person will copy the important information but refuses to copy the entire book
I
because
give them a gold piece.
slips into their belt. And so you will have this scribe
Okay.
that is helping you copy down the more important information. They flat out refuse to copy the entire tome.
The more you copy, the more I will pay you.
All right.
Got an ally.
Please forget these guys to take my exams for me.
I didn't hear the X part of that, and all I heard was Zans. And I was like, Ava.
No, exams.
And as you're going through these, so you find these like really old medical textbooks, and a lot of these, like even the terminology of it is like strange. And at one point, one thing that kind of catches your attention is based on the descriptions in the book. Part of it's more of like there are multiple things going on in this novel, and only certain chapters are for this disease, which kind of has a name, is loosely being referred to as the emerald scarring.
Scarlet fever.
Yeah. And one thing that catches your attention that about this novel kind of as part of the multiple chapters and things that are going on in here, as you're kind of like flipping through it, you find an entire chapter about the Everbright star. Ooh. And the theory of creating an artificial sun. And so it kind of gives you a little bit of a date that this is a very old textbook. And it kind of like it grabs your attention, especially you, Ava, artificial star. As you're looking at it, it tells you this novel is very, very old. And also the arcane engineering marvel that this was to create an entire star and then build Meridian around it what will be Meridian, as the city had not been founded yet. And talking more about how revolutionary this would be for being able to eventually have an Alderian independence. But as you're kind of going through this other, you learn that the ultimate cure, mainly, for this emerald scarring is, for one, keeping the patient alive, obviously. But the way that is described is making sure that the wounds are clean with what's referred to as clean water. And I would say...
You say what's referred to as clean water.
And that it kind of takes you a minute to kind of see what is referred to.
Sterilized.
And as you look, I would say you, as you're starting to like learn more about this clean water, you get the impression that when they are saying clean, they are meaning sterilized in a way that's not just boiled. And you kind of have this thought in your head of holy water.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And specifically, they're talking about clean water, and then kind of in the same paragraph it mentions Mizara.
What is it that it mentions?
Mizara, who is the patron goddess of rain and storms.
So, does that mean
a priest of
it needs to
Mizara
be
would have to
specifically blessed by a priest of Mizara?
You get the impression the overall idea was that blessed holy water is the purest, cleanest water. But from a priestess or priest of Mizara, it will be even more potent, since that is their patron goddess.
Okay.
So, and it's not a cure per se, but it is a treatment that can heighten the chances to keep someone alive long enough to overcome the disease.
So, would we know, are there any temples dedicated to Mizara on Dendar?
There are temples to all the gods on Dendar. It's really, most of the other islands have temples. It's just not here.
I would message
I'm going to message
immediately.
Louis.
Oh,
Well, I want to see how the day goes because I want to save.
some
Yeah.
stress.
That's right,
Yeah, go ahead. That makes sense.
And I will add onto that. Ava, in one of these older textbooks, as you're kind of skimming through this, and this would be about the time that Yu's having his puts together about the holy water, you find what you think is probably the first passage, or at least the first case of emerald scarring from this region of what would be out here.
Interesting. You can also have the water blessed by Pathos and tell this emerald scarring to get lost.
Go fucking jump off.
And you find,
I hit it.
let me see. And you find a report. And you can tell immediately that they have no idea what this is. This is the first symptoms. There have been, they're kind of referring more to like mythology about this. They've heard it happening in other places, but this is the first time it's happened here. And it talks about there have been reported cases from some of the miners who have been mining the ruins of Tyr. And based on the further descriptions that are around that paragraph,
Here?
you have you'll know what Tyr is. But the way the description about this specifically, it refers to the island of Tyr.
What if it's like we have to find the original source of it and we just come up with a cure?
You have to kill the emerald scarring.
We have to kill
And
Tyr.
also, just as a history recap as well, because this refers to the island of Tyr.
Yeah.
You all know that Tyr no longer exists. It is now only referred to as the remains of Tyr, which is a rubble field, as the Aldurian government, the Gauntless Alliance, destroyed the entire island in order to make the Sir Kelton Belt.
So
Wow.
Tyr is now the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Tyr is just
part of it.
shards.
And also another part of Tyr, the closest like outpost to it, is Rendercross.
Interesting.
And some of the
Which
only
is where we saw Altorian ships. It was near
Rendercross?
Rendercross, was on our way to Rendercross.
So there wasn't any colony or people on Tyr. Or
I
did
don't
they have
think
there
it might
was-
have been, but
yeah,
I don't
one
they got
point-
evacuated?
yeah, at
forward
one
to-
point there were
Right.
people living on Tyr.
Yeah.
To make the belt.
Actually,
or
go ahead and make a history check.
become part of it.
Me?
Anyone who wants to, any one of you three.
I'm not
David.
I can try, but
I
I'm
would
not.
know.
If anyone would
Yeah.
like to guide,
I would
I
guide
would've
you.
sucked.
Oh, we had a 16.
Oh wow.
Can I help and guide Apollo by telling him about my navigational knowledge, because I think at least as a navigator I had to know the history of how
Yeah, absolutely.
how the belt was made and how the space has actually changed over time. So
Yeah, so
I
you
would
give
like help
him-
supplement that.
So you give him advantage?
Yeah, advantage and also guidance.
Absolutely, that
Yeah, like
absolutely
I'm going to be
work.
giving all that to supplement him.
Yeah, absolutely.
what's
And guide is a D4.
18?
18.
18. So thinking back, you know some of the history of Aldir. You kind of had to. But with Ava kind of filling in some of those gaps, and I would say the two of you kind of working together about what you know of Tyr, you know that Tyr was a populated island. It was one of the original islands that created the territory of Aldir. And there were people that lived there. However, it was a dead island. No life ever grew on it. They were not able to create crops, and all of their mining did not generate any sort of really helpful ore. Not like Ironfell, which the city is filled with iron. There wasn't anything of value really on Tyr. But the one thing that was here was ruins. There was some ancient civilization that was here either originally that they moved in on, or as part of the original peoples that populated all of Aldir. But when the Sir Kelton Belt was being constructed, they basically needed more materials, and so it was a group decision across the entire Gauntless Alliance to use basically the raw materials of Tyr by destroying the entire island and sending the rubble across all of the belt. This also created a series. There were already supernatural stories about the runes, as people tend to do. However, I believe you guys heard. Also, and to kind of also help connect some dots, you heard rumors of supernatural occurrences on Rendercross, and it is believed that that entire area is somewhat haunted, both literally and just kind of people's imaginations, because of the destruction of Tyr. That it was a historically, I'm trying to think of the right word.
It's like building on Indian burial grounds or something like that.
Yeah, but it's more.
Restoring
It was a historical travesty because they had these ruins that basically was decided for the sake of progress they had to be destroyed, and the raw materials scattered across the asteroid belt.
kind of sucks.
So would we know? Is there if traveling through the Circadian belt near Render's Cross or anywhere really, can you still find remnants of the ruins, or are they just completely all gone?
In parts, but it would. In parts, you would find like little pieces of it, but over time they've just eroded and disappeared. So technically, yes, and there are people that make a living out of doing such a thing. But it's considered to be extremely dangerous, especially because of the creatures that live out there, which you two have had experience with.
What are those creatures? Are those documented creatures?
I have a name for them. I think they were.
Was it the weird lady?
No, it's
No, they are.
This was different.
Sorry,
I like
let me
how
check my
you
notes
guys
real quick because I gave them a name and I
session
continue seeing.
zero.
Because we've seen them too.
You've seen them.
We
Yeah, the only one that hasn't seen them is
risky on
Abe.
Have seen them?
Didn't we avoid them on one of our trips on the ship?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when we were going.
That's right. You guys passed through and
We did pass through.
Yeah.
So
They were the ones like on the belt, like they're coming out of the rocks, like looking at them.
Creepy little.
Yeah,
it's
I
those
forgot the
creatures.
name I gave them. I think I called them scabs. But you would know that they are these blue-skinned creatures that generally have 6 limbs, 2 upper arms, and then 2 powerful legs, and they live out in the remains or out in the belt. And they're kind of. It's not really. They can communicate between each other, but they have not communicated with any other races. So generally, people don't study them because they're extremely violent and tend to eat people. But one thing that they have done is they will take bits of scrap metal or things that they take from unfortunate souls who pass through their area, and will weld the raw material directly to their body, in almost like creating an armor they cannot escape from.
Does anybody know how they got there?
Not really, no.
While we're here, I think.
Are they green by chance?
No, they're like blue. Right?
They're blue, yeah.
Okay.
The sapphire scarring.
Okay. I do think maybe like Render Cross would be something to check out.
Because we never really stayed in Render's Cross. We
Not really.
were just there too. And Alu was headed to Render's Cross as well.
Yeah, she was doing something on political matters, right?
Well, that's what she
When
said.
we saw
Helping
Lou-
miners.
I forget. Did she have any signs of the emerald scarring?
No.
Okay.
She is the scar.
I was thinking
She is
maybe
an
she
emerald.
like brought it back somehow. But
Maybe.
okay.
I think that's all we got here.
I think that's very important for that. See if we find any more information on it. But that's
Hey, Hazel.
one of the main things we'll send to
you leave?
Alu. Is the holy water specifically from followers of Nazara.
Do you want to leave?
I think so, but you're like in the way.
There you go.
And it's not your fault that you're in the way. It's just the way.
The chair.
The chair.
It's just the way you are.
It's just the way you are.
way
I'm
this
just
is
in the way.
happening. Maybe you could give her a little tap on the butt, Cody.
Yeah, wait. Rearrange my
free.
boxes here. You're free. Escape.
Wow.
Goodbye, Hazel.
You just gave me an advantage on animal handling. Just fucking.
Just tap their butts and they go.
No, I think that's really good though.
Oh, did you just go that way?
No, I was tapping Tyler on the butt to see if he would go. He didn't.
I think Render Cross would be a good place to check out and actually kind of explore.
Yes,
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Because we didn't spend time there. We were just on our way there and then got kidnapped.
And I forget, is there any connection to the fact that it's called Render Cross and that's Wade's last name?
No, because
No,
it's
that was
also
not.
Wade is the son of
Okay.
Tyr. And
But also the
island of Tyr.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut in right now.
This
That
fucking bitch just named himself 3 different things that are tied into the game, but it has nothing to do with the backstory.
yeah, I will throw this in just as a DM to clarify with the players. I made this map probably like 4 months before you guys made your characters. It is completely circumstantial.
Okay.
How did you just come up with tier
so
and
what's-
render? What the fuck?
There's the that's backstory stuff. So
Yeah, literally, he told me his backstory, and then he looked at the map and came up to me and was like,
I was like,
so.
I was like,
Like, no.
I was like, if this is a show, I was like, I feel like I should know about these things. You know, why
I
you
think
put
I
my
had
name
a reason
under
for
it?
naming it tier. There is like a reason for that. Render Cross, 'cause I just thought it sounded cool. Like, that's literally it.
I double checked with her to see if there was like anything.
Okay.
No, there's not. It's
Because I
really
was like, hey,
circumstantial.
I know, I was like, that's pretty coincidental. I was like, but it doesn't
Although I
have
shouldn't say
anything to
that
do-
it was. I should keep my mouth shut and then type it in later.
That's why I was questioning, because I feel like you would do that.
I'll put it this way, not intentionally.
Okay.
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see later.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that's a lot on the Emerald Scarring.
My astral projection.
Anything on like the divinity? Like,
Yes. Can we go over to
We'll
building
just tie
one?
that into the same role. So
Oh,
what
okay.
what specifically are you looking for divinity?
I'm looking for like gods interacting with mortals.
Okay.
Anything in the history about that?
Okay. Well, you guys want to roll again? You can, but I'm just gonna copy the next roll.
Fine with that. I rolled a 21. I will not do better.
Can I want to look at. Is gods interacting with mortals tied under champions?
Because I'm kind of still basing it off of what the professor is saying, is that there's been no proof of gods interacting with mortals at all.
Okay.
So I'm looking for records of anything like that.
So if he
I
says there's no
think-
proof, us looking is basically just going to turn up nothing, right?
There's
Is
not-
that kind of what
That's fair.
you're expecting to find?
Maybe.
I was gonna look for champions or prophets of gods or like.
I think instead of looking directly at the interaction, because I don't, like you said, if there's no proof, I don't expect to find anything.
Like if he's
But I
the
think if
professor
you-
here.
That's true.
If we word it differently and not say God's directly intervening and choosing blah 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 blah, as a, you know what I'm saying?
But like
Instead
even
of Ava's
folk mythology.
of people doing extraordinary deeds and things of that nature,
Yeah.
it might point us in a more
Okay.
Hercules, all these things, right? And it's like, well, looking back at it, you wouldn't necessarily know, but skirting around, we could find something.
Yeah, I wanted to see like more about mythos.
I think we could do both. Why not do both while we're here? But I think Ava's will. Yours, I think, is going to prove the point that there
Yeah.
is nothing, and hers might.
They might point us to some names at least so we can ask about or
I
see
like that.
or even
Go from
ask
there,
what
yeah.
god even maybe narrow down what gods are more likely to their names are
Intervene.
more likely to be tied to mortals than others, and maybe they're from the rift and they're not from this world.
I don't think any of them will be from the endless sky. I think the majority of them will come from the rifts.
Yeah. So yeah, sort of looking at that mythos
Sure.
and folklore
Okay.
of like champions and yeah.
Apollo pulls out the loot. Is ready.
Oh my god.
I'll say I'm not gonna make you guys. I'm not gonna make you guys roll again. But I'll say you continue that with that line of questioning in your search. One thing that I would say in more recent history that kind of grabs your attention is you find a somewhat story, somewhat historical record of one of the warriors from the civil war between Aldir and Altor. And she was known as Knight Beline, which is a name that you recognize as from Fort Beline, which is what you pass through to get here. Sir Kelton, Lady Beline, and the Knight Kalawak were all warriors from that war. Hence why these forts are named after them, and more importantly, Sir Kelton Bell. There were some tales of her religious fervor, as she herself was a paladin of Kirin. Hence why her fort was assigned out to like the farthest reach of the side. And so that's really the closest thing you get to a direct connection with a god. It was never stated that she directly communicated with Kirin, but there were times where she alluded to the fact that she was. And part of it is talking about more of like how the soldiers viewed her, and it kind of that debate of whether or not she was being truthful in that. And then part of it is like a moral questioning of. You can tell that it's leaning towards the fact that probably wasn't the truth that this god was speaking to her directly, and more it's a discussion of whether or not that is a morally correct thing to do if she was aware that was not the truth. But because of her fervor and her devotion, she inspired a lot of the soldiers, and she was one of the key figures that helped win the war. And part of it was because she was fearless, and because of her religious zeal. So part of it's more that kind of discussion of like, is that morally correct, even if she knew that wasn't the truth, when the outcome is end just by the means that kind of questioning. But that's really the closest thing that you see as a champion of one of the gods. And even with you, Ava, kind of going through more of like mythology, you don't even really see a lot of stories about gods speaking to mortals, which kind of strikes you as odd. But you do find a couple stories of avatars, such as like angels or elementals, that come on behalf of their gods, or spirits that kind of pass on the message, but not a direct communication.
That's what the professor had said too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There had never been the gods directly intervening, but
Correct.
angels and planetars that sent gods and deities.
But
were
I will say one, since you guys are just going so heavily now into kind of the divinity of it, you do find the creation story of the endless sky, with the whole story of. Have I actually told you guys the story before?
which
Of Kikumare?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so you find many references back to the original creation story of the Kikumare, who was one entity that basically had this idea, and by this kind of like the free flow thought that they had, created all the gods to represent these different ideals of what creation should be, which involved the main one being this idea of trying to find that far horizon, which is also something that you guys would have heard throughout your travels, kind of being a religious fervor of somewhere out there, that far horizon, trying to find out where the end of the world actually is. And through that train of thought, creating the 4 original deities, which then evolved into the next set of 4, which includes Ignisfero, Lux, Pathos, and Xavia. And you see many examples of this idea of a cycle, which also kind of ties back in with the reincarnation theory. At least the religious idea is that everything here is a cycle that has a beginning and end and comes all the way back to the beginning again. And that cycle is not interfered with by mortals. Mortals are just part of that cycle and do not basically touch the coding of it. Or vice versa.
Well, I think, like the professor said, kind of turning up a whole lot of nothing, huh?
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of what we are looking for is going to come from
Then we find
Us out there.
Astra behind the Soltorian field. I don't think we'll find much here, because someone also mentioned the fact that this is the first time they've heard of gods traveling through the rift with the island, right?
Not the first time, but if the theory is correct, the most powerful. There have been like one god or a powerful one deity or a pantheon of weaker deities, but at least what Bell was hypothesizing, that whatever came through is extremely powerful. So this would be the first where it's like, this is a big deal. This is an entire pantheon, not of gods, but powerful gods.
Okay. I think that's all we're gonna get here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should we go meet with them at the experimental area?
It's over you two. All right, so you guys are going to the experimental.
Yep.
Yep.
We flip back to your.
And the whole time, nothing from the rod still,
You
right?
might want to mute your mic.
No.
Leave it unmuted.
Yeah,
For me.
we're gonna turn that kind of stream. So as you guys are going over to the College of the Experimental, one thing that you guys notice immediately is the the School of the Experimental and the School of Engineering are rather close to each other. Not neighbors per se, but are pretty close. And the first thing that kind of just takes you both kind of by surprise, immediately there's not a lot of residential homes here. And as you kind of taking a look around what you're seeing, you realize that a lot of the structures here appear to be more like warehouses or
Like industrial.
laboratory, more industrial. And you think on an island where there's not that much space, especially where they don't tunnel the ground, why that would be. And you get your answer rather quickly, as above you in like one of these skyscrapers, you hear this boom, and this like smoke and ash comes shooting out of one of these windows. And at first you immediately kind of go on the defensive, but then you hear laughter coming from inside, and you see like downstairs some people kind of come out. You see like welding goggles pushed up on the head, covered in soot. And you see it's like these 2 dwarves, one of them kind of turns and just, I told you that wouldn't work. What's that to try again? As you see, as you're kind of coming down this street, you see there's a lot more of those kind of like scooter things that you saw before,
Segues.
passing very quickly.
college students, yeah.
Yeah, and you see here that the entire road leading up to these two schools, there is no vehicle traffic. There is not a division between like the pedestrian and the vehicle. It is all just one road, and most of it is dominated by students on these like fast-moving gliders. And you can see that a lot of them that are passing are not what you saw on the other side of the island. A lot of these are heavily customized, heavily modified, perhaps new designs that are being experimented on here. And as you're kind of passing now, approaching the college, you end up having to pass past the College of Engineering first, and you see that there is like it almost looks like spray paint that has been spray painted on like this, just a plain sheet of metal that has been bolted to these two pillars, almost like a low, like an announcement board or some kind of billboard. And you see in this kind of red spray paint. You see, no, where's my thing?
I have stickers be on your shoulder, just in case.
Boy.
My family's dead.
Who killed his family?
I don't know where he heard that, honestly. Sounds like a kobold voice, really.
You see, as you're walking by, you see, like on the side of this billboard in the College of Engineering, crush the tube husks.
Crush the what?
Tube husks. And as you are passing, you can see that you start to kind of see who's from what college. The kids are coming in out of the College of Engineering all have tool belts, and you can see that there are these metal platings across the shoulder. Most of them have like some kind of welding helmet that's just kind of pushed up on their head, and they're all just kind of covered in soot and grime.
It's like blacksmith versus like scientist.
Kind of, yeah. And as you're kind of like going to their school, and you can see a lot of the people from the engineering wearing like overalls and leathers and different shades of red. And you see as these two groups are passing, one obviously from engineering and one from experimental. You see that the engineering kind of like shoulder checks the students from experimental. And you see the experimental kind of turns and just like, don't worry, we're going to crush your back airheads, you just wait. And as they just kind of pass each other.
It's like Strixhaven.
It's like Strixhaven.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think any of these.
That good old university rivalry.
Goat house.
Yeah.
Go house, go house, go house, go house, go.
Chess.
And as you finally arrive on the outskirts of the experimental, and you see what looks to be a tall, somewhat like triangular building with where the back end is much higher, and the entire building is built kind of like at a slope. And as you approach, you can see that there's a lot more paper here than there is metal, but it's not in the same kind of sterile way as the histories and archives. And one thing you can also see is as you approach, most of the campus is devoted to like this kind of outdoor courtyard where you can see a series of these large circles that kind of hum with an arcane energy. And you see as there are students that are inside of these circles, and you can see there's like this arcane field that kind of shifts around them. And you see one that immediately grabs your attention. There's a group of about 6 students with one in the center. And you see some of them have clipboards, and there's one of them with their arms folded that appears to be older, like a professor. And you see as they're all watching the student inside intently, you see as they close their eyes and kind of close up their hands, and you see as they focus, and then
Explode.
and you see as they just shift to the other side of the ring, kind of stops and puts their hand out against this arcane field, and just and you see they all just start applauding.
Is that a Misty Step?
Looking it over, it does not appear to be Misty Step.
It's Dimension Door.
You didn't see any sort of doorway or passageway.
It's teleportation.
You're not sure?
He just drew a sigil on the ground, sat there.
Where do you guys want to go?
Anything look familiar to you?
Do I see anything that rings a bell from what I've seen?
Perception or investigation check.
Our place was so
We
boring.
just read for like a couple of
I know.
Now we can find the prostitute.
Dirty 20.
The offset, the
Dirty 20.
dichotomy of the campaign.
Yeah, way to go.
Also, as you're
Back is go fuck.
Out here.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I mean, maybe here.
No.
Maybe?
Nope.
Thank you.
Let's see the roll. Alright, as you're are you just like wandering through the courtyard, or what kind of approach are you taking with this?
Are you circling us like the moon?
Yeah, just kind of wandering. I don't walk in like a class or anything. Just
Yeah, just observing the students. Okay, I would say
Sitting in a lecture, big ass lizard.
With like giant
yeah.
I'm here for school.
stop
where
it!
you learn.
Boy.
They're all wearing like
My family's dead.
Family's dead.
I'm in danger!
Get out of the way, I'm allergic.
Burst through the door. Just I can't read.
As you're observing, you can see that there is not as mechanically inclined to say engineering, but you do see that a lot of the stuff that's being created here or experimented here is nothing that you've ever seen. You realize you're really standing in the cradle of innovation. You just spend some time kind of observing and trying to see, not really sure what to do. You know what you need to find, but you don't really know how to approach it. But as you're watching what looks to be some kind of mechanical robot demo, where you see that it looks to be a blade, almost like a sword, that the student has equipped it what looks to be these kind of large, like chicken legs almost. And you see as the blade is like kind of starting to walk across the ground and kind of crashes. But one thing, but as you're kind of observing this, you see three individuals that kind of immediately catch your attention. You see one that appears to be a tall, dark-skinned tiefling male, wearing this series of like black leather attire, and like almost like a black duster that has a series of loops that have been sewn into the fabric. You see a series of tools. He is heavily tattooed across the arms. You can see up on the neck, with long or medium-length hair that's tied back, but like the whole side of it has been shaved with like kind of, you see designs on the side. And he is several necklaces, rings, and pendants. It almost looks like kind of tiefling goth. Kind of stands out in the middle of this campus. And you see next to him, you can see that next to him is a dwarf female with long red hair that has been braided back tightly against her head. And you can see that the tiefling is intentionally walking briskly to try to kind of leave her in the dust. But what catches your attention is you see that the entire right side of her face is covered with these burns. That hasn't taken out the eye, but you can see the scarring across the right side of her face. And the other thing that catches your attention is her right arm is completely robotic.
Dun 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 dun.
You can see that she is irritated at this tiefling figure trying to get his attention. He's not really giving her the time of day, as he's more absorbed in the conversation he's having with a young elven male. And you see they're kind of like both leaning over a book, and you just kind of pick up pieces of the conversation of, I appreciate the work that you're putting into it, but just be patient and remember that you always need more time, especially when you are trying to research something like this. And you see the student is just like, I know, patience and practice and all that, but I mean, if you saw what she was doing. This is, imagine, a mix of the arcane and the mortality. This will be something, he goes, and you see as the dwarf finally like gives out this big huff and kind of marches around them and folds her arms intentionally, kind of stop and get in their way. She goes, Reeves, this is as much in the School of Engineering as it is in yours. we cannot allow these kinds of experiments on campus. And you see, he kind of holds his hand up. You see the tiefling grieves. Do not worry. This is just theoretical. We are not performing any sort of experimentations. It's just good, because if I find out, I'm going to rain absolute hellfire on you. And you know this. Of course I know this. You do it all the time. We'll talk about this later. And you see kind of like excuses the student. And you see as Greaves kind of folds his arms and just, I know that we do not agree and see eye to eye, but you of all people understand the need for innovation. And she goes, and you see as the dwarf it stands up as tall as she can, but there can in no way be even to this tiefling. And she goes, believe me, I understand the need to incorporate mechanical biology to a living creature. Hello. But what this was attempting was transfixing something at a molecular level. We have to make sure the proper safeguards are put in place. And you see as he, the tiefling kind of says, look, I know you're upset about that student, but it was her choice to leave. And she goes, she never should have left the campus, and we should not have let her go. That woman was insane, and she's gonna get hurt.
Are there any bells on your end?
It sounds like a person I know. So it sounded like they said that she left intentionally by herself, or?
That's all you pick up. They're still standing if you want to intervene.
I guess I would let the conversation continue on just to see how else it would play out.
Okay, well, at this point, they're starting to, like, walk away from you. You're starting to lose earshot, so that's all you're going to be able to pick up.
Does it look like they're both from the same school? Or look like...
No.
Okay.
It's easy for you to see that upon, like, inspection, the tiefling appears to be part of the experimental, while the dwarf woman appears to be engineering.
Do they look like students or professors?
Roll perception check.
All right. That's 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
I would say easy enough for you to see. You want to get on this roll?
Yeah. What am I rolling?
Perception or investigation?
Oh, investigation, please. It's a +7 or 10, 17.
17. You both immediately clock that these are not students. They appear to be too old to be students. But I would say, as you're kind of looking them over and you more observing the behavior of the students around them, you don't think they are even professors. You get the thought that these might be headmasters.
Oh,
Ah, perfect people to talk to.
absolutely.
Shall we go introduce ourselves?
I'd say so.
Excuse me.
I see they both kind of stop and turn, and you see as the tiefling kind of cocks his head and looks at you. I don't think I've seen you around before. I see as he looks over at Vagus and kind of cocks his head even more. Not many lizard folk either.
We're actually new around. We're actually trying to seek out some information in terms of learning a little bit more in terms of experiments, if you can help with that.
You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that.
Is there any person you recommend to check out their books to see? I heard someone mention Lorelei might be a good person to study.
You see they immediately kind of glance at each other. And you see that the dwarf kind of brings her brows together and looks up at you. Just, what exactly do you know about this Lorelei?
I actually don't really know anything other than
Keep it that way. If you and your friends, and especially you,
to cut me off, but
you don't want to get involved with her. Look, I don't know what you've been offered, but I can tell you now there's no amount of gold that's going to be worth it to put yourself through that.
wow.
I believe they know about as much as we do. I haven't been offered anything. I was a potential previous experiment, so.
Really?
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've heard she's had a fascination with lizard folk.
Yes.
Apparently you're the prime candidates for her experimentation.
I'd say I was the primest candidate, unfortunately. Or one of the first.
Agus Prime.
Stop.
Daggers Fox.
We simply seek information on potential previous notes if she was in the area or possibly any experiments she would have conducted here beforehand.
I'm guessing that you're not friends with her.
And you see there's immediately this kind of opposite reaction between the two of them. The tiefling seems to be not as aggressive about her, but you see the dwarf is very much not a fan. You see the dwarf kind of looks and... No, I can't say I'm a fan. I understand that sacrifices have to be met for the pursuit of knowledge, but the way that she referred to, no offense, but the lizard folk as lower life forms, it just put off too many alarms for what this could be, and that's not what we represent.
That's good to know. So is there any records that she may have left here?
I wish. But when word came more about what it was that she was looking for or trying to do, she learned really quickly that that kind of behavior would not be tolerated on our campus. But unfortunately, there were some others that believed in her ideals, and we can't keep anyone here against their will.
And who might that be?
Roll a persuasion check.
Apollo, where are you? Where are you? I'm so sorry.
19.
19. Seems to,
I want to be part of it.
she kind of sighs and, well, one of our best and brightest, unfortunately, is a Miss Castle. I was hoping that we could be able to keep her here on campus. She was quite talented, but unfortunately her ideals, see, butting heads puts it lightly.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to tune into a private conversation, but is that who you were referring to just a moment ago?
Unfortunately, yes. We were having debates about continuing Laura Lee's research. It's not the same at all.
What research is that, by chance?
She had some interesting interesting ideas of how to incorporate the arcane into a body that is not unable to cast magic, a way to enhance oneself. Of course, we will not be conducting experiments on that level, that is inhumane, but the theory of it could be promising for medical advances, or being able to just simply advance those races. I mean, part of the research would be the ability to fly. Any individual, not just the Arakakra, that would be able to fly would help reduce casualties on ships. Near zero. So we are, at least here in the College of the Experimental, are looking into more practical applications without the substantial toll that such an application would have on an individual.
Interesting.
But unfortunately, she has left our borders, and we're unable to at least stop her. We really could have. She has not done anything legal, at least not well on our grounds. But based on the research that she was suggesting at, I can only imagine what she's up to.
Would you have any records in regards to what books that they were involved in, or what they've checked out and read, as well as perhaps any notes that they've left here?
Not so much books. She wasn't here to read. She was more of, she rented out some of our laboratory space, and some of our students volunteered to intern. And I mean, there were quite a few. Her applications were enticing to both colleges, but unfortunately we didn't have any novels that she was checking out.
Okay. Are any of those students that volunteered still exist within this academy?
Well, you see she kind of gestures over to you saw the elf they were talking to initially, that is, he's kind of taking a seat on one of the benches and just kind of flipping through his notes. What?
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 That's so distracting.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Kylus was one such intern who has wanted to continue the research in a much under, of course, the close observation of Headmaster Greaves.
Have we heard that name before?
That's the tiefling, I believe.
It's a tiefling.
Head,
Was a headmaster. And they were roommates.
They were roommates? Headmaster Greaves?
You see the tiefling Greaves kind of folds his arms and rolls his eyes just a little bit.
Well, I have no further questions. If you have anything else.
No, it sounds like we don't really get much.
How long has it been since she was here?
It's about 2 seasons. So it'll be roughly 2 months, about 180 days.
Okay.
How long?
2 months.
2 months.
2 months, which 90 days in a month, so
Got it.
about 180 days. Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only 4 months a year.
Yeah.
Spring, summer, fall, winter.
Very well. I think we may have a few questions for one of your students, if that's all right. But other than that,
Other than that, then I think we could be on our way after that.
thank you for your time.
Just tip the hat and walk away.
Make our way over to the elf.
Okay. Okay, you see, he didn't really seem to notice you. He didn't really seem to notice you as you guys approach until basically Vags' shadow kind of overtakes you. So he just kind of slowly looks up, and you see that like instinctually kind of pulls the notebook like closer to him. And
Hello, friend.
can I help you?
Hi. I would just had a few questions in regards to experiments. Everything okay?
What are
How long
you
were
doing?
free?
Nothing. I'm sitting here in my corner laughing at Caroline laughing.
Don't do that. You're gonna make me laugh more. I'm a sympathetic laugher.
I had a few questions about your internship with Lorley.
Okay.
To diffuse. Yeah, it did, yeah. The Popeyes lady.
You taught the
Okay.
Popeyes.
Oh my god. Okay.
Sorry. Inside jokes. Anyway. I'm just curious to look over any sort of notes or anything you had from that time. Anything that was connected to her teachings.
Why?
Well, as you can see,
I know, you see, like, that seems to be the big problem here.
I was one of the more prime candidates for what she was offering. I was just curious what came out of it.
You see, like, kind of blood is draining from his face. It just,
If there's any, we're not. It's purely a curiosity.
The pursuit of knowledge.
No, she's, okay. You see, he starts, like, looking around and scanning, kind of like, who's nearby.
No one can help you.
I'll kind of sit on the ground in front of him, just try to kind of like diffuse the situation a
Okay, you
bit.
see, that kind of, like, it helps a little bit, but he's just like, oh, okay.
It's like Hazel rules. You're too tall. You gotta.
Yeah.
Lower yourself down.
No, unfortunately, well, her application was the fusing of a really a robotic, really artificial arcane to augment the mortal body. At least that's what the premise was, which isn't far-fetched. I mean, Headmaster Melodona is the prime lead, researcher on these.
Donut, did you really? You said headmaster?
Was that the dwarf?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't. That's who. Melodona.
She's the primary researcher on, mechanical infusions. I honestly don't know why Mr. Sorley didn't go to that college, but she was more interested in a further research of the theoretical more than a physical application. But I'll admit, her rhetoric got a little strange. But one thing that she was fairly certain of, at least with what she was trying to accomplish, was this wouldn't work for everyone. I mean, normally with this kind of process, if it's mechanical, the dwarves generally have advantages. They're more adept into feeling natural stone and metal. Elves, such as myself and her, are more into the arcane ley lines. But her theory, once we tried some more theoretical approaches, the math, if you would, she doesn't believe that everyone can really, this wouldn't apply to everybody. And that's kind of what my research is now, just trying to reduce the risk for other races. But she said that her theory was that only specific races would be easier applicable, but she uses the word more of molded and, lower intelligence beings, which I know is not the case, but she thought that races that were
Choosing words wisely.
less mentally malleable or physically malleable would be more applicable to these kinds of augmentations. But I never found out what that meant, and that's when I reported her to Headmaster Greaves. Are you looking for her?
Well, yes.
Sense, yes.
Look, when she left, there's some people that went with her. If you find her, can you just make sure they're okay? She was brilliant, but really, there's just something about her that I couldn't shake. And she offered me to go with her when she was preparing to give up her office. I don't know, just something about her just didn't sit right with me, but some others went. Just if you find her, can you see if they're okay?
What was the offer that she presented you all?
No, she just basically she was talking about taking her research to the Freeloys. Less restrictions. There's a lot of safety precautions and procedures that we have here at the academy to help ensure student safety. Sure, things blow up, but no one is hurt. And when she was talking about expanding those theoretical processes and actually developing some prototypes, Headmaster Melodona stepped in immediately and shut down the whole process. She wouldn't have those kinds of augmentations being even created. So Mr. Loyally wanted to take her experiments elsewhere. Theseus is a lot less, safe.
Just to help us, do you have a description of these people? If any of them are present, we can...
Mainly two. There was a human, male, Theodore. He kind of a loner, a little bit of a temper. But I mean, he was fine. Could work wonders with metal.
What did he look like?
Middle age, I guess. He was a little, no offense, old to be a student. Maybe black hair. He was kept really close. Kind of tan skin.
Thinking back, is this
Is this the dude that he slammed the poison vial into?
Does this description match the gentleman that followed us into the alley?
It does not.
Okay, I was gonna say he's looking.
That's why I was like, "Ee."
Sure, he's
And then
fine.
there's a girl that went with her too. Brilliant scientist. Her name was Mimi.
Okay, well, do you have any other questions?
I don't know.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. I don't know what happened, and I'm. Never mind. Just know we're continuing the research here, but I want it to be different. I want it to be better. I want to save lives.
What do you mean? What happened?
I have suspicions of what Mr. Sloyly might have done. She had this. Her methods. What she was trying to do is. Revolutionary. It would advance all mortality, but. No boundaries too great. I just don't know if I can agree with that.
I wouldn't. Take the time, and if the research is to be continued, there is good in it, just not by her standards. I can tell you that from experience.
Shall I?
I think so. Thank you again for your time.
Of course.
We'll meet up with the group.
Is there anything else you wish to do?
Nope.
So as you're starting to leave,
Oh, shit.
it's about this.
I know, right?
Is that a book? What the?
It's a book.
A lizard folk, take him down for experiment.
Where the lizard got loose?
Get him!
Who let the petting zoo out again? Fuck you.
Get him back into the experimental underground.
Bring it back to the down low.
Sounds like. Why not?
It's like
Come on,
old,
bros, we need to get.
No, it's like
some
that.
It's a lizard, man.
It's like that
old
mix of
random
no, it's like that mix of like the Atlantis, the general, who's
Yep.
like into like
okay.
science, like but is like into like the worst side of like the corporate,
Yep.
like the money aspect of like science and archaeology.
I thought it was just some random old dude that was just
Yeah, I
like,
wasn't
You haven't
They
gone
gotta
to
tuck the
school?
lizard folk down. They gotta tuck
Actually,
like.
when she does her like voice.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What'd you say?
Ashley Johnson when she does her like
Oh.
CEO voice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So let's say, just because of the time that it takes, like for you guys to get to your college and for them, well, and also for just the sake of not having you guys separated for too much. As this conversation is ending, you two also spent a lot of time kind of just milling around the college, just trying to basically find out what to do.
Yeah.
And about this time that you were finishing up your research down in, or I say coming back up to the surface level after the questions you found of divinity, and you immediately pull out the rod, and as you look, there is a piece of light on the top.
What the fuck? Light alert! Light alert! I never thought this far. What do I
Everybody,
do?
take your battle
Ava
station.
starts running around you and
I
starts.
sent a message.
I never thought ahead. What do I do now? What do I do now?
Okay, calm the fuck down.
Wait,
I
can
sent
you
I sent a
feel?
message to.
I point it in certain directions. Does the light get stronger or change at all in different areas when I point?
Well, say as you say, what do I do? What do I do? The light goes out.
No. Does the time go out?
Follow me! I take the fucking rod from you. I walk in the direction that he was facing when the light first went off. I just start walking. Does it come back on?
After a few seconds, you feel your heart starting to stop. Then turns back on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Move along?
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
go. Message Vegas and Wade.
I will send it to Wade. I'll let him disseminate the information to.
No, send it to stickers.
Oh, we'll look at the map. Which direction are we walking so they can kind of follow us?
I don't know what direction.
Which direction are we
I'm
walking?
leaving Ava's navigator skills to look at the map and discern where we're heading.
Where are we going?
Okay, make a navigator check.
Okay, it's. I remember, it's a lot of things. Do, 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 do.
I feel like we've been reading for 3 hours. I need to do something.
I message you or Wade. Hey, so I don't know how your guys' little information trip's going, but
Double proficiency plus wisdom?
Yes. Wisdom or intelligence? Your choice.
the rod
Plus 10.
lit up and we're in pursuit. We'll
28.
update on location soon.
North.
I love you.
Are you okay?
And then I'm just following the rod.
What does have
I'm
face?
just in the middle of a road.
It's getting litty.
Yeah.
I relay all this
Astro.
information to Vagus except the last part I'm keeping for myself.
The last part, all above
He said-
was, love you.
I love you.
Nice.
Aww.
Aw.
Keeping that to myself.
Wow.
So Ava, as soon as like
Back
this
is
light
like,
goes
wait,
off, you immediately like
23
pull out your
words.
map and you start looking like
Didn't say anything else?
where could they be going, and just kind of like that meme with the math symbols. You have this thought of what would be in that direction. They're going to a different college, but then you kind of have this thought of they're heading to the transportation. In that direction, the closest thing that, or potentially within this 1,000 feet, would be the transportation bay that you guys came in on that came from the other side of the
I'll
island.
hand the rod back to you and have him so that way I'm not just.
Oh, do you want me to fly to get it close to try and catch up?
Just like hit it on.
But what are you going to do alone?
Follow.
Follow him?
Follow
I
him?
have one more. I can cast sending one more time today.
I have locate animal.
If I become an animal, will that work?
Or I have locate object.
You get the rod. There we
I
go.
will locate I have locate object.
So yeah, I can.
We can be a chain of locate
Show
objects.
locate use rod.
I'll locate Rod and you locate them.
Yep, I like that. I like
And then
that. Okay.
I will locate those two
Right.
and
I think solid plan. Solid plan.
That's solid plan. We know it's for the transportation center, so let's
I'm
get
just
there
gonna
as
like fly
fast as
above them the whole
possible.
time.
Yeah.
and then Charles is locating us.
And
so
we're
Ravanya
being
is locating
located by
Charles.
Ravanya. No! Don't say that.
And then Lori is.
All right.
I pick up Wade and just start running.
Do you really?
I really think they would. Oh my god.
A 40 feet of movement.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with being a little football.
So as you are all sprinting off in your different directions, like each trying to converge onto this, on these two individuals you guys have been hunting for a long time.
We'll be fine. I don't have a pass.
But thankfully, you guys made the decision to go to the College of Archives
I'm
and
going
just picked up
to-
the edge of their signal.
I'm gonna have
Go on,
stickers
go on a bit.
fly up, and since he's football
sippy.
carrying me, I'm just gonna.
I have Long Strider prepared, actually. You touch a creature, the target speed increases by 10 feet until the spell ends, and it's not concentration, it's just...
If I pick up Ava, does that reduce my movement speed?
I can do it at second level, and it
Yeah.
can be the two of us.
It would have your.
Just the two of us.
So I'm going to go ahead and increase our speed by 10 feet for an hour,
Hell yeah.
so that we can run like motherfuckers.
What's the speed of Golding Parrot?
It would be the same as stickers, which I think is 60 feet. Fly speed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
60 feet, cool. So I can move 120 feet every 6 seconds. Okay.
Okay. So as you're flying,
Full speed.
all right, I need you to make an investigation check for me, please.
Oh, fuck.
We're still going to keep in...
Hey, can I? You know what? No, I'm gonna say that. 17. 'Cause I have-
17.
I have a +0, so that's a really good for me.
We're just following use parrot.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
So
So
we also know it's towards the transportation center.
you guys are closer. Where I say, because you guys were near the top of the island, you guys would have gone all the way to the other side. You guys are closer to the transportation, you three. So, and especially with your 120 fly speed, as you are passing, and you're scanning through 17, trying to find these individuals, you don't see them. Do you have the rod with you?
Yes.
How are you holding it?
It's like
in your
spots.
talons. Okay. And as you're using the light, looking around, you do not see these two individuals. And you start to like kind of pass, and you see the light starts to like shift, almost like a what is it, a level?
Yeah.
Where the bubble kind of goes back and forth. You see it starts to kind of shift, and so you start kind of circling. Are you being stealthy about this?
I mean, I'm just a bird.
Okay.
Holding a glass rod.
Okay. So with the 17, you don't see the two individuals you're looking for.
But they see you.
However, with the help of that rod and your high check, as you look down, you can see that there are two individuals that are walking side by side down the path heading towards the transport that would take them to the other island. One appears to be a halfling with long white hair that not braided, not tied, but it kind of just hangs down to her back. Wearing just very simple archivist robes, kind of similar to the ones that you saw back in the library. And her companion looks to be a tall wood elf male, similar clothes, but without less of the detail on it, with shoulder-length brown hair and glasses. And immediately that kind of catches your attention because they are so much plainly dressed than most of the other people on the street, and it kind of tracks you as a little bit intentional.
So, do I get the sense that these are, because I'm noticing a height difference? That's kind of what I'm paying attention to here.
Yeah.
Do I get a feeling that they are disguising themselves, either physically and magically?
You get the sense that this is some kind of disguise, because you're looking for a gnome and a drow, and this is a halfling and a wood elf.
Yep. But I see height difference, and I'm locking in then.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow them. If I stay up in the air, but like facing them, like kind of trailing behind them.
Yeah.
Does the light stay glowing in their direction?
It does, and that's what you see. There's not much of a height difference really. There's not a huge height difference between a halfling and a gnome, but it's watching them.
I'm halfling and the elf.
Oh yeah, between the two of them. Oh yeah, big height difference. But as you're watching, you can see that as the light is starting to move, like you're able to pinpoint this is who you're looking for.
Okay. And I'm just gonna kind of trail behind them. Once I see them, I'll start trying to be a little stealthier.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check for me, please.
What is the stealth of what stickers?
Yeah, just use stickers to keep it easy.
Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Is it like +2?
Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, +2.
With the fur.
12.
12.
Yeah. And so like I'll see them, but I won't stay flying. I'll kind of like park on a building and just watch them, let them get a little farther ahead, move to the next building,
Okay.
a little further ahead to the next one.
Just 3-point turn parking as a bird.
And how far
rotate.
behind are Apollo and Ava?
Apollo and Ava?
Yeah.
He's got a big flight difference on you, so you're probably starting to trail like around 500 feet or more back. Because he's able to
500
because
feet.
you guys are like having to pass through streets and
You can
people
only move 20 feet.
120 feet per
We can move
round.
120,
can
and we're
move
moving
80.
40. Oh no, 80.
80.
'cause
But you're
we're
also
dashing.
passing through streets and people. He's able to go as a crow flies
I am
in the air.
direct line.
So you're also having like weave through.
And while I'm locked eyes on them, I'll absorb the rod back into me. So
Okay.
I just look like a normal bird.
But can I still
I will-
track the rod
You should be.
in you?
No, actually that's a good
well,
point.
it's
I'll
not-
keep it out.
Okay. Yeah, so you probably wouldn't know, but we'll get to that when bridge when we cross it. I will say though, as you are
Across it.
before you land, as you are starting to scout, okay, I need to start like stealthing and backing up. You see as the taller elf individual kind of just tilts his head a little bit, and you see he suddenly spins and points a finger at you. I need you.
I'm just a bird.
I'm just a bird.
They're gonna think you're familiar, and it's just gonna be a whole dude that pops out.
It's fucking Peter Pettigrew.
I'm gonna go. Can I still at least ask from the travel distance? How long are we from the travel station?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Then I'm gonna go ahead and cast locate object now. It takes 10 minutes. It's but it's 1,000 feet.
Hold on, do I have?
So that I can start getting a ping on that
I
now.
like that.
Okay, I need you to make what's this? Wisdom save.
19.
19. Okay. You see as he turns like quickly and casts that spell, you feel like your limbs starting to like lock up, and then you just yeah, and you see he just watches you, and he watches you intently for a moment, and you see the eyes kind of narrowing, and you see for a moment the eyes kind of flash,
Yep.
and you see just kind of he seems to actually physically relax, and just kind of narrows his eyes. But you see they are now currently on the alert, but it seems like whatever it was that he tried to do because it failed didn't seem to be alerted to you.
Wait, so he's more alert because it failed?
He's less alert because it failed. It's more of like he saw this, he tried to cast a spell, and when nothing happened, he's still like suspicious.
Oh, okay.
But he's not like now like actively like kill this thing. It was more like, okay, that didn't work. Okay.
I'm located on
Like a
board.
spell that targets a humanoid and it's like, oh, it didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
God. That's why I was like, well, if it failed,
Me
wouldn't
too.
it-
Me
wouldn't he
too.
be
I
more
was
suspicious?
confused as well,
But
actually.
if it,
It
okay,
makes more
Like hold
sense
person.
now.
yeah, well,
Hold bird.
Wouldn't work on a bird.
Wouldn't work on a bird.
But it would work on
It'd work on a boy.
a boy. It would work on a boy to a bird. And then
Yeah, he sees he's less alert. And you see that well it's still like he's still eyeing you. He's very suspicious of this thing that's tailing them with the rod. But you're not the only familiar that's flying through the sky. But it's more of just you can tell that you have been clocked and they are watching you, but they are not actively trying to shoot you down.
Yeah.
So as you are all catching up with you and you are trailing them to the transport station, Vagus and Wade, are you really carrying Wade?
Yes.
All right.
oh my god.
I'm assuming with my strength it wouldn't mess with my speed at all.
Huh?
I'm assuming with my strength it wouldn't mess with my speed at all to pick him up and run the 40 feet.
No, I think we're gonna be okay.
Okay. Yeah, I should have him tucked down.
We approach sneakily.
I normally offer free refreshments, but
Hey, Vagus, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
I was joking about someone trying to get Vagus.
As he starts sprinting.
Nope. Hold on.
con save.
I'm scared though.
Because I'm also keeping a
19.
lookout too.
I know you are. It doesn't matter because I rolled really well. 19.
19.
So Vagus.
Vegas is just
But I'm using the
All right, guys.
eyes
So
of...
for this,
Okay, alright.
so for this, I need you guys to not talk over me. Vagus.
She's turning off the AC.
Why is it so serious?
Turning off the AC.
I just work here.
You're good. Look.
I'm already sweating now.
So.
Do we want to?
That's not a good roll, but it's okay. Okay. So, Vagus, as you are football carrying Wade down the road, down the street, you see that this area is not heavily populated. Near the colleges, it's given a wide berth due to the type of experiments that are put on here. And as you're running, you don't really notice, but you feel this like twinge in your leg. And immediately, like, you get that recognition of, like, it almost feels like a rock just kind of bounced off your leg. But then you feel all of your muscles suddenly tense.
Ooh.
And as you are running, due to just kind of the momentum, weight is kind of thrown out of your arms as you fall and you hit the ground, unable to move. And Wade, as you are like struggling, as like feeling, suddenly you were running and then suddenly you were in air and then you're hitting the ground. You're not hurt per se, but you got a little scuffed up.
It's just like...
And as you are,
Stickers launch off me too. With the
well, you
stickers
sent
on my
you sent
shoulder.
stickers away.
Well, stickers up above.
And as
I was
and
looking
as-
through stickers.
and as you are starting to push yourself up, really,
Go.
He's listening.
Oh, and as you start to like kind of push yourself up, you suddenly feel something standing on top of you. A small form that just digs into your shoulder blades, and you just feel excruciating pain as something sinks its dagger in between your shoulder blades. You take 20 points of slashing damage. And Vagus, all you see is Wade being thrown out in front of you and landing on the ground along the cobblestone. And this shadow seems to appear out of nowhere. Small, very small. Probably no more than like 3.5 feet tall. As he seems to drop out of the sky and spear down into Wade facing you. As Wade's kind of like off at an angle. And you see as he takes the dagger and twists it into your back, you see that there is like this dark cloak that kind of covers over the eyes. But you swear at the very end, you start to see this like kind of outline of a muzzle. And you just hear this as he kind of looks up at you. And you see this reptilian face, but the scales are this pale gray color. And he kind of smiles, and you just hear, as he looks directly at your paralyzed eyes, "Don't worry, you're fucking next, slut." And that's where
No!
And that's where you go on break.
We gotta stop leaving you two alone. We need to stop it.
I'm so glad you went alone.
That's fucking disgusting.
My son!
From the miniseries? It's going?
That was me!
That was you?
That was me!
His crazy little fucker.
What the
Your cold-blooded rogue. So, we are going to go on break.
We all did.
We all died.
But not
So,
really.
we're going to go on break. We'll be back around 2:15. So, please tune back in as we're going to get our first round of combat in a while as the party has split.
Oh, fuck.
So, we're going to have some choices to make. So, we'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay.
And we
Andrew, come stop the stream!
You can stop it from the bathroom. Andrew! Do you hear us?
Sorry guys, we needed snackies because we all had like the same revelation that like we were really hungry.
Yeah.
So let's hop right back into it.
Very.
Very.
So as the party has split, half you three getting a bead on the people you're searching for, heading towards the transportation docks, while Wade and Vagus had a little bit of a jump on them.
Again.
Again. Hey, you know what? It works for a reason.
Potentially the same people.
As Vagus was paralyzed from some kind of toxin, and Wade was stabbed in the back with this figure, looks to be a very gray, sickly-looking kobold that looks at Vagus, promising that he'll be next. So, with that, I'm going to need you guys to roll initiative.
My son.
Roll a perception check for Marie. You don't want an undead monk assassinating you.
I would say I think our character's the one I was most scared of ours.
What do you mean?
That's not too bad.
As far as like fighting them, I think your character from that, and then my character I was most worried about. That was the dwarf that became
Not the hippos.
huge. And his fucking
Carts that are going by.
I'm real worried about that.
I'm gonna
That
get
would be
splattered
so
by a
bad.
scooter.
Why did I agree?
It's not gonna be fun.
Terrible.
I don't think we can. Because I think I'm pretty sure we died.
Wow, this is an optimal
Oh
position.
no, I mean,
We're having a grand old time.
Yeah.
We're the same height as him now.
Somehow.
I'm not gonna put on the battle cam for this.
He doesn't know.
Huh?
He's with
I'm
us.
not putting on the battle cam for this.
Why not?
Because this is the map.
I'll describe it well. Wade and I are laying down.
Not going through the assets.
Just 3 figurines.
Turning the camera.
Well, now you have to.
No.
You have to now.
No, yeah, turn it on.
You
You're
have
not even in this fight. What are you doing? Okay,
it up.
so I need you to roll initiative.
Yep.
And you're going to have to make some decisions to make. As you are paralyzed, you have someone on your back, and you guys
do
have
what I
no
do.
idea
Run
this is
away.
happening.
There's no one else nearby?
Not that you can see
All right.
yet.
But no, like, no civilians?
Alicia wants to see.
Alicia said so.
Alicia, I will turn it on for 6 seconds.
Just leave it on at that point.
Boy, what the fuck?
Leave it on.
All right, initiative.
Did you roll?
Yeah, I did.
18.
I rolled a 9, so 8.
8.
I get a -1.
Amazing.
Yeah, my stats.
He's probably gonna go first.
Stats for Wade was probably like the worst I've ever rolled for a character.
That's why I was for Grey last campaign.
It's the curse
Okay.
continues.
Well, unfortunately, I rolled shit on his initiative.
Oh.
So,
Great.
Vagus, you are actually first. However, you are paralyzed and prone on the ground. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw to try to shake the paralysis.
This is quality.
21.
You just beat that DC.
Yeah.
It does take your turn. However, you are able to shake
Not
off
gonna hit
the
me.
poison.
Did you see? He's like a beat.
So, as you see, as this kobold just grins at you, you're able to like force your way past the poison, that rage immediately kicking in as you start to kind of push yourself up. And you see as the kobold kind of cocks his head at you and just, well, that certainly won't do now, will it? And on his
Just throw
turn,
more shit at me.
he's gonna make 3 attacks against Wade. Sorry,
3 attacks?
Sorry, two attacks. 2 attacks. 2 attacks.
What happened about rolling like shit on initiative?
You rolled a 7? I didn't roll that shit.
A 9, which is an 8.
He's a dex-based class.
Yeah. Sorry. Not really though. Okay, he does get advantage because you're prone on the ground.
You probably did because my ward's not up.
Actually, I'm gonna do flat roll because that was more of a cinematic proning. However, that is still going to be 19 to hit.
Yeah, my AC is 9 right now.
Oh, great.
9?
Okay, that second one's gonna hit too. Why'd your voice get so high? Okay, you're gonna take 9 points of piercing damage as you feel like as you see he has a dagger, and you see he takes the dagger and while still like kind of crouched over you, drives it up into your ribs and twists.
Doesn't he get sneak attack as well?
No, only if he has advantage on the roll. But I'm not gonna give him. I can give him if you wanted to. I said I wasn't going to give him
he's a
advantage just
swashbuckler.
because you are prone cinematically, not from a.
He's a swashbuckler.
So he always gets advantage?
If it's a one-on-one,
That's
right?
the whole point of the
If it's a
swashbuckler.
one-on-one, they have advantage. Yep.
Yeah, but it's not one-on-one.
Did I just like skim past that?
It's not one on. Is it one on one though?
It's spatially.
If space-wise.
Oh,
Okay, it's
I,
good.
If no one else is near.
I see.
Okay, so nine points initially,
Okay.
and we're gonna tack on.
I see.
Thank you for your honesty. Go ahead, Vagus, to take a DM inspiration.
Oh, thanks.
Use that to fuck the character.
Fuck you,
What?
Chris.
I know, just
Who
fuck me.
called it out?
No, it's
Both-
continue.
I
I'm
think both
fuck
of us
either way.
did.
Just pull it out. Go. I'm dead.
Oh, I appreciate the honesty.
I know.
So I go 160.
As long as he doesn't have
Addition-
disadvantage.
Okay.
Additional 14 points.
I go 80.
Are you still conscious?
I am still cautious. What
Okay,
the fuck?
so you see as he drives the dagger up into your ribs and you feel him kind of twist it, immediately that pain rockets through. But what really, that hurts a lot. But what hurts even more is as he's turning his attention to you, he takes your rapier, and as you are sprawled out on the ground having to catch yourself from the fall, you see he takes his rapier and strikes it on your wrist on your right side.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It is your turn.
You're trying to cut your hand off.
Oh, you son of a bitch! And I'm gonna polymorph into a mammoth.
Okay, he's gonna.
What the fuck?
He has to take his reaction as he has Mage Slayer to make an attack against you. But
When I cast a spell?
When you
isn't
cast a
this
spell.
Innately?
huh?
Isn't this innately? Because this is from the hand itself.
You're right. No,
Yeah.
he does not get
I'm
Mage
not
Slayer.
casting it.
As you,
I'm fucking. Yeah.
I don't have a mammoth, but I will say you
Do that?
are automatically
From
no
the
longer
hand.
prone. And as you hear, just as you pull up into a mammoth, I'm gonna have him make an acrobatics check to see if he remains on top of you or if he falls.
I don't know if it has.
That's really good. Yeah, he
consequences or anything, but-
as he sees he strikes down on your wrist, you start to turn to a mammoth, and he immediately like kind of grabs onto your cloak as he, and he's now standing on your back, and you just kind of hear this. Well, this is an interesting development.
No mammoth.
All right, you are standing because you just went onto all fours, so that's your action. But you are a mammoth.
Yep, and that's. Well, that's gonna.
Oh my god.
I guess I'll.
What?
Fuck that, actually. As a mammoth, I'm gonna get closer to Vegas.
Take everyone with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This would-be assassin is currently riding up on your back as he's now. Nice, Magnus. It is your turn. There is a mammoth.
We'll talk about this later. I will rage.
Nice.
That's my best mammoth.
I'm just gonna climb the side of him if I can and pull myself up top.
Sure.
Better.
Oh, we got a fight on the back of a mammoth. Let's do this.
Do it.
Lizard versus lizard.
Get this fuck. Oh wait, I can't.
My son. I'll get up in his face and take 2 attacks against him.
Do it.
17.
17 is gonna miss.
Oh, fucking. Wait, 18. Because I have a +1 to rage.
Miss.
It's a 23.
23 to hit.
Yep.
That hits. All right, so
You know what? Reckless.
okay, go and roll advantage.
That's not gonna hit. 30, 20 hit?
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna hit.
I'll say the first one was the 2 rolls of advantage.
Sure, that's fine. So that means both are gonna hit.
Yep.
Okay.
You're a sneaky little fucker, aren't you? No. 16 points of slashing. And 6 points of necrotic.
So I'm sorry, 16 plus 6 is that gonna be 22?
22.
22. He's going to use his evasion half that.
Okay.
So it's gonna be 12. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 16 slashing and 6 necrotic.
Yep.
You see as that blade cuts into him, you watch as that necrotic, and you're used to it like spreading and sinking into the form. But you see as it just kind of bounces off. No,
Like
effect.
a-
No effects.
Okay.
No effect from your necrotic?
Yep. That's okay, because the next one I maxed out my damage. So.
And he already used his evasion.
Yeah, he did.
So just slashing, please.
19 slashing.
19 points of slashing damage.
Damn.
Vegas.
All right.
Vegas.
So we'll say after.
Win. Let's go win.
Stop.
Let's go win.
Okay.
I hope Doogie kills you.
Next going. Or this unnamed assassin figure.
Ooh.
Oh! You see, as you say, you see a tricky one, as I said.
Sneaky one.
Your sneaky one. You see, as you cut into him, and your second one actually catches him full and lifts him up into the air, and you see him flying back, and he kind of like hits the ass of the mammoth, and for a moment just kind of lays there prone and broken looking.
Blush.
And at first you like think that he's down. You see, he just like the whole body, and he just like stands up and. Oh, you have no idea, mate. And he's gonna rush at you with advantage since he used reckless.
Yep.
I'm not gonna use that die because it fails me.
Actually, yeah, reckless you can just do all the time. So you'd have an advantage anyways, right? Yeah.
That's a
He's gonna sneak attack one way or another. So.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be a 19.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay, so first one we're gonna roll the sneak attack.
Just swap back.
Swashbuckler. Whenever you're just fighting someone like one-on-one, you just have advantage the whole time, and so you always can sneak attack.
But no, it's if you're in one like
That's gonna be
1v1 combat.
28 points of slashing damage.
And the 14.
Go away, it's only one. Oh, it's only on a crit.
What's on crit?
They're on top of them. Does it count as one?
That's a good point.
What?
Alicia said if they're on top of the mammoth, does it still count as one combat?
Well, no, he had
You would-
advantage because of reckless. So
Well, I
he got
know, but I'm
Yeah.
saying.
But it,
No, not
I would
anymore.
say,
No.
Even
No.
at that point, he would get sneak attack because he.
Whenever,
no, because I'm a considered ally.
So like
True.
for this instance, he's only getting advantage because you're reckless, not
Yeah.
because it's one-on-one
Okay.
combat.
but it's still sneak attack then.
You were.
Because
Yeah.
rogues get sneak attack whenever it's advantage.
So if you didn't reckless, you wouldn't have it.
Yeah, so
That's
if you
correct.
sneak attack, then he'd have advantage. But if he didn't reckless attack,
You take an additional
That's
6
correct.
points of piercing damage as he slashes out with the rapier, and it cuts very deep. You see, he follows it up with the dagger and kind of like nicks you on the leg before like darting back. Just he kind of cracks his head.
Fuck you.
All right, Wade, you're mammoth. You are the stage of this
Going to
fight.
stomp? No, I'm going to. Bro, brain of mammoth. There's stuff on my back. I'm going to try and shake it off.
Like a dog, just.
I'm going to try to shake it off.
Go ahead and make an attack roll, and go ahead and make a strength or acrobatics with the DC of this attack roll.
Okay. You said an attack roll?
Because you're just shaking him off, right?
Yeah, because I specifically want to shake off the stabby bastard, but
Okay,
I
I'll
don't
put it
know
this
if I
way.
can
Do
do
you
that.
want to shake, or do you want to... How would you get him off?
if there's an environment, I would.
Because you also
If I
have
could-
the...
You have a trunk.
Yeah, if he's close enough, if I could do that, yeah.
He's near your back side, so you could twist and reach.
Yeah, I would definitely look
Okay, so in that case, you're going to make a... Do you want to, it's going to be attack or grapple?
grapple.
Okay, so I think it's roll to hit and then it's contested.
Or no, I
That's your
guess attack. I'll go with attack.
Okay,
Let's do
go ahead and
attack.
roll the hit.
I just drop down as soon as I see the trunk coming.
16.
16's going to miss.
Alright. Well, I'm going to continue. Is there a building nearby?
Yeah, you got buildings all around you.
I would. I guess, is he like directly on my back, or is it kind of like hanging off
So
the side?
Vagus is like up on your shoulders, and he is like near your your backside. So they're both like on your back. But he's like Vagus is closer to your head than this other figure is.
Okay, I'm gonna chill where I'm at right now. That ends my turn.
Okay. So at that bottom of the round, you three, what are you guys doing?
We don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing right now?
So I'm still trailing him.
Okay. Still closing distance.
Apollo, I think we're 5 minutes away from the transportation, because that's where you told us that the light is pointing to. And I also have locate object now. And then
Do I have like the locate object is also still in that direction? It's on the rod.
Right.
Yeah. So you were gonna say?
When I messaged Wade, did you say anything back?
Yeah, I would have told you that we're on the way.
But when did you message Wade?
That was when they were leaving their academy, and then we're
When
also,
they first started running.
yeah.
Okay.
Like how fast
So
was
well,
that?
That's why they
we
knew they
were
started running.
leaving. Yeah, because we were still at the academy when they got the message, so we started running from there.
So I will say, for the sake of
Do you just hear?
helping things along,
Yeah,
I'm gonna do a little bit of retconning / DM bullshit here. Wade, as you try to slash DM bullshit here, let's go through this one.
Okay.
You hear Apollo's message saying that we found them and we're following them. I will allow you to respond, even though you were in mammoth form, because it is mental. Just this one time.
That's fucking great news!
All I
I got
heard-
stabbed in the back.
So I will allow you to respond.
So this is when I got
thi-
stabbed in the back.
No, this is when you are. This is right after you are a mammoth, reaching back to try and
Oh.
swap him off. And I will say, this is when you receive Apollo's message.
No, you can mentally
respond.
Mentally
Yes,
respond?
you can mentally respond in
don't I
the common
adopt it?
tongue. You fucking.
But I don't maintain the. I get all the stats with the.
I'll say for this
don't I?
one time,
Cool.
I'll allow DM bullshit
We
for you
got
to
a lot of shit
respond.
going on. We left the academy, and I'm at the best, I guess, tell them the route.
You
that
get
we went.
25 words. What do you say?
Currently dealing with a situation. We left the academy. We are now getting attacked. Love you.
Help? Anything else?
You got it.
Where?
Please. So I have no. I don't know. I don't know exactly where we are. Vegas was kind of football carrying me.
So you were outside the academy, like you're.
Yeah, I told them that we
Okay.
ran from the academy.
What
not
academy?
the Academy of Experimentals. And we took the best route towards you guys. We got jumped.
I don't know. Would Wade think he needs help? With
That's kind of in the. We're getting attacked.
But is it?
We're handling it.
Yeah, we need. Okay,
We're getting
we need
attacked.
help. We need help.
Okay,
Yes.
so there's the.
Yes.
We need help. Okay, you got 5 more words. What do you want to say?
Yeah, we need. I honestly don't know.
Okay. It's just for the
Pretty
rest
much,
of the
yeah.
fun.
Sure.
Call back.
You received that message back.
I will. Well, as we're running,
I can get there. I know exactly where you is, and I can get there really fast.
Wade and Vegas are under attack.
Oh shit! I can get there really fast, but I'm unfamiliar. I don't have an locate object on them.
Yeah.
I'm not locate objecting them. I could.
I think you stay with you on these two, and I can go for Vegas and Wade and help.
Our party might be. I just don't want to leave you alone.
While you're alone, you
You
get
know what
stuck
I
on
mean?
Marines.
Like, I know.
How far away is the college that they're at from, like, roughly where we are?
I'll say if you guys are gonna be hauling ass, you could probably get there in 5-10 minutes if you guys are rushing.
To them.
By the time we get there,
By the time we get there, either the fight's over or.
or they're gonna be dead.
How fast can I get there going 180 feet every 6 seconds? With my boots of speed plus long
So
strider.
it takes 5 minutes
give
normal
you-
speed. She's moving. triple.
180.
I'll say
That's every 6 seconds.
2 or 3 minutes, depending if you can how fast you get through people.
I can go help them. More. Right now, as fast as possible. Maybe you go up to you.
Well, whatever you decide to do, I hope you do it with glory, and I'll inspire you, and I'm just gonna keep following you.
You're gonna keep following you. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the best directions I can to where the transport station is, and then.
Can you mark it on the map for me?
Yeah, sure.
I slap it on you. And now I'm gonna drop locate object. I'm gonna go ahead and locate object on Wade's. No, you're a mammoth now, though.
I'm a mammoth.
On your great axe.
All right.
And I'm gonna click my boots of speed. I still got long strider on, and we're gonna go 180 feet every 6 seconds. And you have,
Faster than the scooters.
You have inspiration, by the way.
Yeah, you're like there's a moment where like there's a dude on a scooter that just looks over and just sees you like, hey,
Hey, I'm gonna go to school now.
she's like, I need that.
It's
And-
called crack.
Do you have a hall pass?
And so I will be
Just a
using
flat
locate
flash it real
object
quick.
on that.
Sure.
So once I get within 1,000 feet of it, I have a
Yeah,
ping.
you're within 1,000 feet, so
I
you
have
got
a
it.
ping on where they are, and that's where I'm scurrying to.
All right. Top of the round, Vegas.
I'm gonna hit the guy.
Hit the guy.
Okay, it's another locate object. Out of second level.
I feel some weird connection to you, angry child. 21.
Hits.
Not doing reckless this time, and that would be a dirty 20.
It's gonna hit as well.
Good.
Okay.
2 to 3 minutes. What the fuck am I gonna?
What I'm saying, if you're within 1,000 feet,
19 points of
faster?
slashing damage.
1,000 feet's a fifth of a mile.
All right, he's going to use
They're
evasion
like
again.
1 mile.
Okie dokie.
5 minutes. I actually
Well, I
did
rolled
that
the same
once.
thing twice, so 19 points of slashing damage.
So what's your speed with Lucha speed? Just like normal movement without.
It's like 5 minutes,
40.
8 seconds.
And
Almost 5
And then
minutes.
I do a dash. And then boots of speed.
is there a way I could sacrifice the second roll and try to launch him off the back blade?
80 foot.
Absolutely. Go ahead. So you're not gonna do that 18 points of damage?
No, I'll take the second one off.
You can make it there in a minute.
Okay. So
I can make it there in a minute.
I'm just gonna turn it, hit him with the flat side, and try to like.
just make a strength check for me, please. With I believe you get advantage because you're raging.
108.
That's a
Tiny flash.
24, and that's a 29.
Okay. So Wade,
Yeah.
as you're feeling this fight going on in your back and your mammoth brain, you're trying to figure out like what's going on. There's something on your back and you don't like it, and suddenly you just hear this, like you know when you hit the fly with the cookie tray,
Yeah.
just ping, and you're and you turn around and you just see this kobold splayed out on the ground off of you, probably like 20 feet off, as he just got golf swinged off of Vagus. And you see he's laying flat and then just and he stands back up. And you see at this point the hood has now fallen back and you get a good look at his face. You can see that the scales are this really unnatural gray color, but you can see that the eyes are jet black. And there's this like, it almost looks like tear streaks down the sides of his face that are just this inky black color.
Is that the same as the lieutenant lady when she tried to get into my head?
It looks very similar.
We were all taken by Rathania.
Her servants.
That was rude.
How does he look? Like, I know he's physically repairing his body every time we hit him, but like,
He doesn't look like he's been
taking
healing.
damage.
And you see that, but you can see like he doesn't look himself hurt, but you can see the clothes are torn up. He should be hurt, but you're not sure. You just see he's not bleeding. It's hard to tell. But you see he just looks at you and just, I'll see you again. And he jumps back, and you see he's starting to run down the road. He takes his turn. He is fleeing. It's your turn, Wade.
Is he gonna pass by me by chance?
That'd be hilarious.
two kobolds pass by in the street.
Oh,
Extremely fast.
two kobolds passing each other in the night.
He's gonna like slap
Modern day
him,
D&D.
just slap the shit out of him on the way past. Like,
Because he's also running at like what 90 feet a second, if not more.
Yeah. Oh no.
At 180.
Actually, he's gonna start running 120 feet.
So just two extremely fast kobolds.
That's fucking fast.
I just,
what's your movement?
I said you guys are gonna pass each other, and you're just gonna be like, "Hey, Kobold, what's up?"
Like time stops, you just like do a quick handshake and then keep going.
It's like the most intricate complex handshake. Yeah. I'm like, oh shit, that's the guy.
Okay, so he ran 120 feet. He was launched 20 feet, so he's currently 180 feet away from you. He's just fleeing.
It'll be 140.
140?
20 plus 100.
Sorry, yes,
I was like, where'd
140.
We're the 60.
Nah.
I'm gonna pursue.
Yeah, how fast are you?
40 feet, so dash 80.
80. Okay, so he is still gaining. He has, however,
I like how now there's just this giant mammoth that's just.
yeah. All right, Vegas.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's about 60 feet away.
I'm gonna go full ancient warrior and pull my javelins out. I'm gonna try to,
Oh, fucking mammoth.
Wait, that's
Oh my
badass.
god.
I'm just gonna grab on like one of your tusks, get on the front of you, and just.
So you like jump down on the face, and you're just like straddling the chew.
On the trunk, holding onto the tusk.
Oh,
Extending the trunk, walking out there, just
just a jack lizard man shirtless.
If I can, I'd like push him on the ground.
Tarzan screaming into the wind.
I love Vagus. Vagus, you have like 1 foot planted on a tusk. The other's kind of like in like one of the grooves of the one on the tusk, one on the trunk, holding on to like just some of the fur of this mammoth. Just
Make him reckless.
I can't.
Oh, it's only melee.
19.
a 19 just hits. He's a 19 AC.
Lizard fucks.
Lizard fucks. Lizard fucks.
With my bonuses, that is a 12 points of piercing damage.
I will not do evasion because he did not see that coming.
I'm trying to like pierce him to the road.
Yeah, you see, as you catch him, like it goes completely through the back and out the front, and you see as it hits the ground. And have you guys ever seen what happens when you put a stick in a bike wheel? As it sticks out, catches him on the ground, it tips, and he is launched, pole vaulted over this spear with him attached to it. And you see as he rolls a couple of times, and you just hear this tearing of flesh. And as he finally comes to a stop on his side with the spear sticking all the way through him, he is still alive.
Good.
Some poor student neck in the area and just sees this kobold running and get speared in the middle.
So while he's laid out on the ground, then I'm gonna throw another one and try to pin him there.
Okay.
Off of a fucking lizard folk riding a man and throwing bone javelins.
That's an 18.
It's gonna miss as it hits next
I'm
to
gonna
his
use my
head.
DM inspiration.
Wow.
So like a 26.
And you see as he's like he's starting to grab it and pull himself off of it. Where do you hit him?
I'm like, I assume I know he's undead at this point. Like watching him just like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go like through the neck and like try to pierce him to the ground. There.
Yeah. And it catches him through the neck, and you see he is trying to now pull himself off as you have him pinned to the cobblestone.
Okay, and you can dash farther than I can right now, so I'm just gonna stay on wait, and I'll have another javelin ready.
Okay.
That's my turn.
And I would say at this point it is his turn. He is fucked, actually.
What the fuck?
Just runs past
I
us.
think that was Ava.
Shit.
You don't recognize them because he's a mammoth, so you just keep going.
I'm like, where's Wade? Oh, that's a mammoth.
That's a weird.
My
he's-
mammoth to school.
He's actually going to make he's going to, I guess this would be a strength check to try to pull himself free from these javelins. It will take his entire turn, but I'm going to give him. This would be pretty hard. This would be a pretty hard DC actually, but I'll say 15 for reasons.
So bad.
So it's a strength check of 15. That was not in the box. That's a natural 1.
Story.
As he tries to pull himself out, I will say if you guys are okay with this, there's not much he can do until Wade, you
We can talk to him. Stop. No.
So I just
No, it's like those secretary birds that rattlesnakes. They keep like this.
I would say at that Wade, it is your turn as you come up to this would-be assassin
Deer in the dog.
that is currently pinned to the
Pretty much.
ground.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna.
Tap, 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 tap,
Yeah, I'm
tap,
gonna
tap,
stop
tap.
the shit.
Roll to hit.
Okay.
you know, step on a spear and just.
Oh yeah, you
Let's
are.
get a splinter.
Nat 20.
Oh,
Roll for damage on a
my
stone.
son.
That's a lot.
That's a
lot for a
That's a
mammoth.
lot. Let's do some damage. Okay.
Bring back an undead again?
Speak with them.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has
No.
that.
Keep the head
No one
around.
has
You
that.
regenerate.
Well, not yet.
No one is gonna have that. I don't think. Oh, so that's just funny.
Let's do
I can reveal the foot. No.
You can learn it.
Many school secrets.
14. 15.
That'd be a smarter choice.
I get 2.
15. So 15, 20 double to 40 plus 7, so 47.
Okay. So Vagus, as you pin this would-be assassin to the ground,
47.
you see as Wade walks up, and all you hear is just this and you see he's just laughing, and the voices that are coming are multiple, intertwining.
I'm gonna just keep going until
And you just,
Wait, just here's the laughing.
yeah, so you see, as you walk
the
up,
whole like.
and you can see, you do understand what really is happening here. To you, it's just you have to squish this thing.
Yeah.
But you notice, he looks up, he's not looking at you, but he's looking Wade up in the eye. He goes, you have no idea what it is that you are messing with. As you just,
Shut up.
Evade this, bitch.
as you crush, as you lift up your foot, Vagus, you know what happens when a body gets crushed. But as Wade lifts up this heavy mammoth foot, there's just this drip. And as you look, all you see is this black, sludge-like pool.
Oh, you're stepping a gun, my boy?
Just go to a sidewalk and just.
Side of a building.
Yeah, side of a building and just.
And you feel it's like sticks to your fur. In fact, as you, I'll say, step down and take a look, there is no bone. There is no gear.
Oh.
There's just this ichor. And I'll say at this point, Ava, as you run up and you see this mammoth and Vagus and a pool of goo.
Ow! I thought you guys were being attacked. What? Who's that? Is that Wade? Oh my god!
Kind of like still shaking off the the goop.
That's it?
We
I do a perception check to see if there's anyone else hiding around in the wake to kill us.
Yeah, I'll say you look around. I'll just say free. You don't see anyone else. I will say actually go make a perception check. For me.
Oh, what? No, why'd you?
Actually, you make a perception. So I had a thought.
You changed your
I
mind.
did.
What?
my javelin's still down there.
Your javelins are there, but they are shattered and fucked. And I would say, wait,
Not
you do
great.
take a little bit of damage from the javelins, but your mammoth's not
13.
Oh, we make it.
13?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll see. As you look around, you don't notice anything.
Well, I grab a bit of my herbalism kit, and I'm gonna go ahead and get some of this ichor, if there's any left, and
Yeah.
put it into a flask.
Show my big ass foot.
Okay, I'll take some of that. Okay. Ew.
Ew, it's yucky.
I mean, I'm usually fine with gross stuff, but this feels wrong.
Can I do like any?
Nice.
Okay. Well, let's go.
All right.
I go ahead and cast another locate object. Should we just ride on the mammoth and run to our destination?
Yeah.
Guys, we should be stealthy though. Just
Like the whole like Scooby Doo tippy toe.
It's that episode, it's fucking the Family Guy episode where they're like, fly casually. And that's just the fucking thing. That's the best stuff.
Maybe, Wade, you should turn back into a human, and then we'll get there, because...
Okay, I'm gonna drop concentration.
Okay. And then.
Yeah, and as she drops, you see Wade is pretty hurt.
Oh.
I'm glad you're alive.
Cure wounds. Level 1.
I will football him again.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't roll that great. 7 total.
That's okay. It's better than having just 3 health points.
3 health points?
Yep.
Oh,
Almost got
Could have been a very different.
almost got you.
Thank you.
I can cast another, cure wounds on you if you want it.
That's fine. Oh, you could mage armor. I had to beat my ward.
I'll start
Okay.
football carrying the sensitive board.
I will stay with them and not run ahead, but then I will go ahead and use a 3rd level spell slot and cast locate object yet again.
Burn no spells.
I know.
Burn no spells.
I know, but how else do I find you? Because you're trying to save sending.
Well, you know we're going to the transportation.
Should I just do that first? Okay, I won't do that then.
Okay. So what are you two doing?
We're
gonna-
gonna. They gave me the map to go to.
Yeah, we'll go to. I'll update them that the.
I think we found the people. The rod lit up. I think they're going to the transportation center where, you have to cable to the other.
Is it?
Apollo and you are following them, but I think it's good if we all meet up together.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go meet up.
Let's go.
Pull up.
Alright, so what are you two doing?
I'm just trying to
Keep following.
and kind of wait for them to get a little bit closer.
Okay.
I don't know if she's not there anymore.
I use message, not sending. I'm assuming you're within 120 feet.
Am I?
Once he starts getting closer.
I'll give it to you. You might have to like, she's out of range. Just closer, damn it. Gotcha.
And I'll.
You'll see like the one bar come up.
Yeah, low signal.
One bar with 5G.
Ava went to go help Vegas and you, or Vegas and Wade. They should be coming back. I don't know. They got under attack, so now it's just me and you.
Yeah.
Bird. I'm a bird, bro. And I have to talk for message.
Yeah.
Okay, well, keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, they are heading for, as you continue to follow them, they're heading for the transportation. You see
Is it the big thing that was walking, that transportation?
No, you see it as like shuttles, I guess, that go from one island to or one of the twins to the other.
Okay. Do I?
What do?
What do? Go,
We don't want them to go to the next island, right?
go.
I mean,
Like, go. I will follow you to the ends of the earth.
Alright, I'm gonna get closer to him.
Okay.
How far away am I from you? Like, how far ahead of me is it?
I would say you were within 120 feet to try to be able to cast that spell. So you're having to get pretty close with
Then I'm
them.
gonna message. You can't. I will message him again. How far away are they? 1 squawk for close, 2 squawks for far.
Oh.
Close.
Are they disguised at all? And I'm gonna keep doing this parrot thing back and
Is it
forth.
1 for yes, 2 for no?
Yeah.
I'm not going to take this from you. You continue.
1 tall, 1 short.
One more, keep going.
Now we're doing clothes. We're doing colors of
Good,
robes,
good.
okay? Red is 1,
No.
blue is 2.
No.
What colors are they wearing?
I don't think I give you color. Like it's a loose gray and tan
Okay, what were the
clothes.
color options?
Red and blue.
No, they're gray, my man.
Okay, so they're starting to approach this transportation terminal to go to the other side of the island. What are you guys gonna do?
Okay, I'm gonna go up to him. I will.
As a bird?
I'm gonna fly close, and I'm gonna human form.
I'm just
Okay, just right in front of them, or how are you doing this?
I will do it near them, not like directly in front of them, but I want to be close to them, like within.
Are you trying to be stealthy, or are you trying to like reveal yourself?
Reveal myself.
Okay.
I am. The minute I see him start to descend, I fucking pick up the pace. And I'm moving as fast as my little tiefling feet will move me.
But in a non-threatening way. I like it in
it's like
Okay.
House Moving Castle, like House Moving Castle fly down.
Yeah.
Let me try to explain it this way. You were a bird they were already suspicious of
Yep.
that is going to land and just hello.
Yeah, but it's like little man.
I am bored now.
Hi.
Yeah.
You know, what he does is he just flies in and transforms and just crashes. Hey!
Okay.
In the least threatening way possible. I just want to fly near them, human form.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Okay.
Amazing.
19.
So, as you no, I don't care about the news.
Paul's gonna come around the corner fucking out of breath for the last 10 miles.
As you land and reveal yourself, you see immediately the wood elf spins around, and you didn't see him directly. He wasn't staring at you the whole time. You can tell that he was keeping track of you. So when you land, he immediately turns with alertness, and as you
Just slime.
and you see immediately you see as this fire begins to like dance on his fingertips.
Hi, please don't freak out. Please don't freak out. I just need to talk to you guys. We've been looking for you for a while. Please, I'm sorry. We need to talk to you about a lot of things. We are friendly. We're friendly. I have a friend hyperventilating, trying to catch up to us. We are not.
Catch up.
We are not. We're not anyone bad looking for you or anything. I swear. Seems weird trailing you as a bird, trying to just find you.
A little bit.
I know. Hi, I'm you.
I'm Apollo.
We're with the Starlight Battalion. I don't know if you know that name. We're getting around. But we're the thing. We have papers.
And you have the copy, don't you? No, you have the actual one.
Yes, the actual.
As you hold up the actual one, you see as they
gonna
both are
stop you?
definitely on alert.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah.
And see as they, as
we
he
have
looks, and you see that the
You have the copy.
halfling woman, like her eyes kind of flash as she looks over. You can see that she's casting some kind of identify on
Yeah.
what you have. And you see she kind of reaches up and puts a reassuring hand on her partner, I guess, and just, I'm sorry, can we help you?
So, a lot of things. I'm just going to kind of cut to the chase. We've been looking for you guys because we need to talk about what happened on the Fairwind.
You see she kind of like cocks her head. I'm sorry, I don't know what
We
you're
know the
talking about.
disguise. You're in disguise right now. And that's perfectly okay. If you would prefer, we could move someone more quiet, not the way. We know you're not who you're pretending to be right now.
We also have someone to bring you. Her name's Astra.
Astra. Very well. Perhaps we should talk. And she kind of thinks for a moment. There is a restaurant, if you would, nearby that has private rooms. We can speak there.
That'd be awesome. I would like to walk with you because I don't want to lose you again. This has been a long time coming.
I'm not sure how to take that, but I suppose I am honored. This must be of some great import.
Yes.
You said you are the Starlight Battalion. Are there more of you?
There's 5 of us total.
You see, she kind of like smiles and. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
They were preoccupied with other issues in the city. They'll be rejoining with us shortly.
Very well. And you see, she like starts to walk forward, and her partner kind of puts a hand on her shoulder, and you hear, as he says something in a language that none of you understand.
What is it? What language?
What languages do you speak?
Well, hold on.
I'm pretty sure none of you speak this language.
I speak Undercommon.
I speak Common and Abyssal.
No.
Halfling? No.
Nope.
English.
Yeah, it's English.
English.
American English.
Celestial,
They start speaking Japanese, leaving isekai.
Common, Elvish, Sylvan,
Off
and
on a
Infernal.
bus.
Nope. So, you see, he says.
Hold on. I might have an ability.
Oh shit.
I think you do.
I think you do.
That's something you can
Is it
understand, like
tongues?
everything.
No, fuck.
I do have comprehend languages. I just don't know if I want to cast a spell right now.
They just start having a private conversation. You're like, go on.
Hacker voice.
Google Translate, like, please continue.
Don't mind me.
Don't mind us.
Can you speak into the microphone, please, though?
He's trying so
No.
hard.
Okay.
It's
So-
it's universal speech because people can understand me. I can't understand people.
See, there's this conversation, and you can tell that he is very tense and she is a little bit more relaxed. But you see, she just responds and gives a nod and seems to not relax him, but at least get him to be more agreeable to this.
I'll have the rod in my vest. Is it glowing still?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you see, she starts to lead you back the way you came. So I'll say for the sake of this, as she leads you to kind of, not even really leaving this road, but to a wooden, slated front. You can see it is still like a construction concrete metal building, but they have this like faux wood on the outside to give it this like rustic appearance, I suppose. And you can smell like just like cooking meat inside. It is like, and as she brings you in, you can see that each of the tables are set into the ground, and you sit on the like ground level with the tables basically flush with the ground, almost like these little cubbies, kind of like a Korean barbecue style. And you can see that in the center of all these tables are like grills, so you can see people are being brought. It's basically Korean barbecue. But you see that she goes up to the hostess and has a brief conversation as she gets a more of a private enclosed room for the group of you. And I would say, you three, you see them as they are stepping into this restaurant. Your two colleagues and then these two new people.
I think that's them. They must have made contact, and I mean, it looks like we're going to a restaurant.
I guess.
Let's go.
Finally.
Can you message Wade? Can you message Apollo, Wade?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna run up to them and full sprint.
Hey, Apollo.
To them? Or to...
No.
Yeah, to the group.
Oh, yeah.
The guys are sitting there. She's talking to the hostess. I'm just.
Yeah, and you
take
see...
one step like the Hulk and just leap into the restaurant.
you see that the woman is inside, the halfling woman, but the wood elf man is like so kind of outside, keeping like looking at the street, and just looks up and sees you.
The cop from fucking
Just holding me.
Meatballs. Do I see him approaching?
Sure.
Okay. Hi guys. He's one of us.
Hello.
Ava. Wait. Oh wait. Oh wait.
Just like faces all stuffed up. At least the wound in the back is all healed.
When they approach, can I tap Wade and give him
Don't worry about it.
15 points of lay on hands?
15? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still holding him. We've stopped down, just waiting in line.
Is it 15?
Yes. No fuck. I'll do all of it. 20.
Okay. You see as the wood elf is looking at just...
Thank you. Yeah.
Is this a normal
First
thing?
level healing words.
Yes, we are completely normal.
I mean, we're adventurers. Getting hurt is part of the job description. I feel like.
Right.
Are we getting meat?
I smell
We should
meat.
go to the room so we can
I
talk.
smell
I was
meat.
scared.
He just kind of holds out his arm. It's like looking at you and Wade, kind of like,
Oh, for once, I'm not being looked at.
yeah.
Sorry for the.
As you're all brought into this restaurant, you see there's a hostess that kind of brings you into these, this private room. And you see it's not like a thick, it's not like a sturdy wall. It is like a rice paper sided door. But as you approach and sit, you see that the halfling woman kind of holds out her hand
It's
and,
made of rice.
please have a seat.
I'll set ways down.
Lick the wall.
Makes a hole.
Pardon a moment. And you see she kind of closes her eyes and starts making these symbols. And you see all around you this, like this arcane field appears.
It's not magic.
That should give us a little bit of privacy for whatever it is that you very urgently need to discuss.
I step outside of the bubble. Can I hear what's going on inside?
No. Cool.
Ooh.
Wow.
I walk back in.
Okay, so I think some better introductions now that we're all sitting down. So we're the Starlight Battalion. I'm you. This is Ava, Wade, Apollo, and Vagus. We've been looking for you guys as per request by Headmaster Crow.
It's not you guys. I mean, I think we were looking for like a drop.
So, you guys are in a disguise, right? I'm not asking to drop it, but can you confirm that? Because we have seen the two individuals we're looking for in like a vision.
Excuse me?
Like a vision?
A
So
vision?
you're the individuals
vision?
we're looking for. On the fair winds, they received the box that had a report of the events. that took
Yeah, we
place.
saw the black box from the Fairwind.
So we know your
I'm sorry, I do not know what that is, but
insight check.
interesting.
Also.
Yeah, good.
I could do that. Okay, we could use the hard way, and I
Natural
can
20.
just dispel
Natural 20.
magic on you and get rid of the glamour.
You see that she appears to be completely sincere. She doesn't know what you're referring to when you say a black box.
Oh.
We've seen what you look like through archaic means on the fair wind.
Assuming again that you are the individuals we're looking for.
Can we stop saying
drow?
that? You keep confusing me. Are they or are they not?
They-
I think so, but I think they're in a disguise. But I don't
It's the
want them to be
rock.
uncomfortable and have to drop the disguise. I just want confirmation.
And how can you trust the confirmation until you actually see their real faces?
I'll message.
I'll take it at face
Or I'll
value.
use message and message you. Is the rod still going?
Yeah,
It is.
it is right. Yeah.
and you see they kind of look at each other, and you see she kind of studies all of you, and very well, for the sake of trust. And you see as their appearances shimmer slightly, and you see the disguises drop. You see where the halfling was, a gnome female wearing it looks to be very simple shirt and pants, traveling cloak. And you can see that there is like she has a bag that's currently you couldn't see before due to the disguise. It's currently just like sitting next to her. Long blonde hair that is kind of like just loosely tied back at the nape of her neck. And then beside her, you see wearing similar traveling clothes with the shirt and the pants, but his has an extra, not really a jacket, but a sleeveless long tunic that kind of trails like down almost to the ankles. It has this not intricate or really flashy, but this simple like purple and gold design, almost like these like blocks of color. Just gives him a little bit more regal appearance. But you see this is a drow male with short white hair that is kind of just tied back. You see he's just kind of studying all of you. You see the gnome kind of just fold your hands. Well, I appreciate you finding us for whatever it is that you need. And I'll admit, I'm interested why that you were asking both about the Fairwind and Astra. That is an alarming coincidence, but I'm sure you have a explanation.
So those two are not connected. Separate things. But
if they are connected, that worries me.
yes.
That would incredibly worry me too, but it relieves me that they are not.
So basically, Vagus and I found the Fairwind at some point, and we came across a bunch of really weird creatures, these little black worms, and also a very not pleasant individual who was like half lady, half worm. And when we looked through the black box that had the records of the ship, it showed that you had had a run-in with something similar.
You saw it. You see they look at each other.
Ravanya, I believe is her name.
It is.
Yes, we have encountered this entity ourselves in a way. It has been hunting us during our travels, and we've taken what measures we can to avoid it, but
I message you. Wait. Can you use detect magic?
I would say, Ava, you notice that she's answering all of you's questions, but you see almost like instinctively she keeps looking at you and like kind of turning her head in confusion, but like
Wait, sorry, at me or at you?
at Ava.
Okay.
And you can see it's kind of like she is trying to give you her full attention, but kind of like when there's like something shiny in your peripheral, you just can't help but look at it, and then she keeps doing that with Ava. Yeah.
And yes, we ran
It's
into.
been chasing you as well, though? It's been hunting you?
Yes, as far as we know, it has an ability to follow us.
How so?
It's complicated and difficult to explain, but we believe that she has a way to track us in a magical way. We are gonna cast something.
I was gonna check to see, do they have anything in resemblance to that's similar to my hand? Do they have any signs or feel of a boon?
Go ahead and make an arcane check.
Cool.
When the rat wanted Wade's hand.
Yeah, that's what
Sent by Ravanya. So Ravanya's hunting them because they have a boon as well.
10.
That makes sense.
So,
Unless I got a 10.
A 10. Also, trying to look it over. You don't sense anything. You're also not really not sure what to look for.
So you mentioned that she has some way of tracking you. This is going to get a little off topic, but I promise you it'll all make sense in the end. Have you had any run-ins with any other deities or minor deities?
I'm sorry, that's also kind of a complicated question. In what regard?
Are you familiar with the concept of like boons coming from defeating such deities?
Boons.
So
Insight check.
in our
No,
time,
I'm sorry.
Insight check.
Go roll insight.
Insight check.
What is a boon?
we spent time in the town of
Golden.
16.
I was just looking at you like, please say it.
What's the name?
We spent time in the town of Golding, and they were having an issue with crops and like people disappearing. The nature was acting funny, so when we went to investigate it, long story short, there was a god by the name of Bovarak, this bovine deity that resided underneath the city. Upon slaying him, one of our party members received a boon.
I'm all powerful, baby.
What did you get? He got the boon.
I brought you to Pathos.
Did you say that out loud?
What a threatening
I
sentence.
was trying to say, that's terrible.
you.
Yeah.
Not I will bring you. I have brought.
And I can take you back.
I think I say it. I think it's just, this is like Ava talking to you,
Yeah.
like in the corner, in the side corner. So if they're listening to me,
Yeah.
maybe.
After defeating this deity, one of our party members had something attached to him. And
I'll lift and show my hand. And I'll drop its form so it reveals like the wooden texture.
Fascinating. May I?
Kind of look to the group for approval.
can I insight that? May I? Is she looking at it with
Like
intrigue,
may I?
or is it like?
No, it looks to be just intrigue. Like you have something that she doesn't know what it is.
Okay.
I'll say if you want to try to find a deeper meaning, you may roll for it. But I'll say it's more just like because literally you dropped your disguise and you have this
I think
wooden
we should also
moving hand.
mention that we got the help to find, just so you know, you guys aren't easy to find.
Yeah.
We had help
That's
from Malthazar,
Yep.
from Azriel?
Azriel.
Azriel,
From,
Which is why we
from
have
Azriel.
She helped us
And
find
she
you.
was able to help us find you because she trusted us, at least to some extent, not to have ill will towards you.
And she wanted us to bring Astra to you.
Which we do have Astra.
So
But let's rewind on that. I just wanted to say it more as like a show of goodwill. Like we didn't just like hunt you down. It was more like we had some help from people I think you trust.
I appreciate that. And I must ask, is Astro okay?
Yeah, she's with
Are you from beyond the Sortorian field?
she's with Cody.
I would suppose that's the way to put it. In part.
What is your name, by the way?
Well, over the past few months, I am Jane McMira, but I suppose my true name. I am Archmage Looseleaf, Pixel Looseleaf.
Yeah, fucking knew it.
Oh my god.
Pixel is
Pixel.
another character from campaign 1 that we played.
Okay. Don't care then.
I love your concept of this campaign is like
I know. I'm so sorry, Carol. I just so many things. I'm just like
blind.
Oh, that's okay.
Anything from campaign 1? I don't give a fuck.
Well,
Now, what is Apollo gonna do to fuck this up?
Yeah.
Jane McMira.
Jane, can you spell the last one?
McMira.
Okay.
Alicia's going wild and shit.
Alicia's like,
It was funny because they're playing the campaign. They just met Pixel yesterday.
Oh, that's why.
So back to the issue at hand. I rolled a 23 for
Only one of them introduced themselves.
Yeah, what's the other guy? What's the other guy?
She's
ADHD brain.
no, I'll say as part of the conversation. This my name is Pixel Loofleaf, and this is my associate and apprentice Jade Tamilsliff.
Who?
Camel Sliff. Fucking
Jade,
Jade.
another character from
Tamil?
Tamilsliff.
Tamel. 23 on the insight. to look at Reed's hand.
Yeah, okay, I'll say with that, you can see that she's more just interested in what it is, not as much of like, this is mine now. It's more of just, you guys have found this thing that you are asking for help about.
Yeah. I say go for it, Wade.
Cool. You have my hand.
And you have my axe.
See, she kind of
And you
smiles.
have my eyes.
And my goo.
You see, she kind of closes her eyes and starts to like cast a spell, and you see that a couple like different arcane kind of
Counter
sigils
spell, notch.
kind of dance off her fingertips. You see, she opens her eyes suddenly, kind of goes wide, and that is interesting. That explains. Sorry, I think I need an explanation for us.
That'd be nice.
We are.
Bosh.
Well, if you were here from Astra, the fact is she here?
Yeah.
In the city, yeah.
That girl.
She's quite a pain in the...
Yes.
She's awesome.
Yes.
Adventurous.
A very free spirit, unfortunately.
Annoying.
Is there anyone with her?
Gentleman by the name Guardian?
The tiefling?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all right. We were sent. You asked if we're from the other side of the field. We were, and we are. We were sent by our government to investigate a series of concerns that were being raised from some of our elders and protectors. When we arrived, there was quite a bit of turmoil, which led to some complications, and part of that was some of the things from, I would say, my homeland, found their way here in different ways. And as part of that, we had some concerning reports that there was something amassing power out here on this side of the field. And we've been trying to determine what exactly that is. It's something that came from Maltazar. But we think that its seed originated from my homeland.
Do you think it's revived?
We believe it might be the case. There are some entities from our world that we were not aware of that broke free. Our main concern is when we arrived, we learned, as part of that process, we learned about some of our history, and mainly of a powerful entity. And we have reasons to believe that this entity is amassing power for some reason, and has a particular interest in me and my companion. Mainly because of some capabilities that we both possess. And we were not sure for what purpose, but she's amassing objects of power.
Objects of power.
It could be why you two were attacked today.
Well, specifically, stand my hand. I believe that he was trying to remove it.
It would concern me. This object that you have is... I've never seen anything quite like it. But it reminds me of something that we had, that we refer to, but we call them shards. Not runes. These are much more concentrated. Very powerful.
This restaurant comes with the AC unit.
Huh?
So this restaurant comes with the AC unit? That's bad.
Sorry, I was trying to keep it a little bit quiet, but
Yeah.
it's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
And I think... Is this the first time that you've been approached by this entity?
In regards to...
So about that, has Ravanya talked to you two at all?
I suppose, yes, there have been a few close calls. She's hunting us across the sky.
Anything about like her just being in a dream or anything?
While you sleep.
Yeah, I guess.
No.
Cool.
Insight check.
Because the past couple nights she has appeared in dreams of mine
Okay.
and talked to me, which is also weird because I don't typically dream or sleep.
I can see why that's disturbing. No, neither one of us have had her come to us in dreams.
Insight check?
Sure.
Taking it at face value.
Yeah.
That's fucking badass.
That's badass.
Do I count it?
What? Yeah.
Not cocked.
Holy shit.
Well, it's a 13 plus 7, so
Yeah.
20.
She seems to tell the truth, and you kind of like look at her and look at her associate Jade. They both seem to be kind of now taken in by this story. They do not appear to be hiding like that.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. We do not have dreams of this person. Well, not in the way she's speaking to us, but this whole experience has produced quite a few nightmares. You are an interesting group of individuals.
Can I help you?
I'm so sorry.
You keep staring at me. I know it's weird to see kobolds, but you know, you could be more like discreet about it.
I know. I apologize. We have some suspicions as to why she is targeting us. We have some innate abilities as part of, I guess, who we are.
Does these abilities allow you to move in between places?
And indeed. And we believe that this might be what she wants us for. And I'm sorry for intruding, but
Apollo just dead set on Ava.
part of my role as the archmage of my particular school is helping to identify other mages like me. And forgive me if I may. Do you find yourself being able to easily travel?
You mean the doors? Yeah, they're everywhere.
Doors? Could you please describe these doors to me?
Well, a giant door opened up, and then we went.
Let's let Ava explain.
I mean, just doors open all the time.
One of them took us to Pathos.
Through his realm. They didn't take you to him. They took you through his realm.
You see, like she actually, you see, Pixel seems to be a little bit more just taking it in.
Really kicking in.
But you see, as you say that Jade is sitting next to her, just seems completely taken off guard. I'm sorry.
But that's just the stars guiding me. The stars just open doors for me and let me pass through, and then I find my next way there, and I find who to help, and then I find my next journey.
Wait. You're able to travel. You said that you opened a door and you all went through the realm of Pathos. All of you.
Yep. Very dark.
Yep.
I just was thinking really hard how boring it was to travel, so I just wanted a door to open so we could get there a little faster, and it got us through.
So you were just on one island and you opened a door and
We
were able
were
to
in the
travel?
middle of the
No,
end
we were in
of
the
the sky.
middle of the end of the sky on our ship, and a door opened in the middle of the sky.
And our whole ship went through.
You,
It was fucking terrifying.
I'm sorry, you teleported your entire ship.
Yep.
I never could do that before.
Maybe someone.
There was a frog. There
It
was
was
a.
not the frog. Ava. It was not the great old one.
It gave me a.
There was a frog.
It said, "I'm gonna give a gift to you." It said, "You're very gifted, and I'm gonna help you more."
I don't think that was it though.
But I've been going through doorways all the time. That's how I got here, I guess.
Ava's life is just one adventure after another with different groups of people. We're just a stepping stone in her life.
Based on your reaction, is this something you have insight on?
And absolutely. Absolutely. your school of magic that you are displaying obviously is, I would say, much more powerful even than my own.
The stars.
I am what we refer to as a wayfarer.
A wayfarer.
Yeah, indeed. I am able to, both Jade and myself are able to transport ourselves across vast distances, and depending on how strong one is, determine the amount of people. An entire ship, I've never heard of such a thing.
But I really can't control it. Like, I just kind of stumble onto these doors, and then I just would like, oh, that's interesting, and I walk through, and I end up somewhere else, and I don't know where. Like, that's that's my experience.
You group. Sorry, you really stumbled into something quite dangerous. And you remind me of some others that had the same approach to things like this. Like,
Copium.
this entity, Ravanya, we believe that she is following us because she wants to utilize our abilities in some way. If you are as this powerful, I would be very careful of displaying that.
Told you I'm all powerful.
Listen, I never doubted you.
The reason that we needed to be on the Fairwind anyway is we discovered that she was able to follow us based on our jumps, as it were. So we needed to utilize a more conventional means of transportation.
So when we jumped through Pathos, we heard a voice at the end says, "Now I can see you," or something along those lines, right?
So now she can follow
So
us.
she could follow us through the jumps.
But she said multiple jumps. Since then, we haven't jumped.
Maybe she
that's
all
how
she needed was one and she got a lock.
Is that how it works?
We haven't been able to find out. The only thing that we've noticed is we use our ability to jump across a great distance, and then we are attacked by either her agents or even, on a few instances, herself. Well, at least what we could see. We generally, once we start seeing the signs, we leave as soon as we can. The Fairwind, I can't explain. We boarded that ship. I did not wish to leave it. But we believe that there is something here in Aldir that she wants. And we've... Sorry?
Said she's looking for something with great power, right?
Yes.
They have a bright star.
We were just doing a bunch of reading in the library about that, so it's on our mind.
Well, yeah, but also, I mean, think about it. It has the ability to power and, like, sustain life on countless islands inhabiting it. It is essentially, like, the most confined source of power that Aldir has. As far as, like, a central source of power, one thing.
For Aldir.
For Aldir, yeah.
What about Altor?
Altor just wants Aldir dead because it's Altor. I think their motives are less, they're easier to find out. I think they're just being manipulated in order to attack Aldir, to weaken Aldir so Ravani can come in. I think that's what we established, that the Altorian invasion is just more so a diversion so that way the real threat can come in afterwards. I think the real threat being Ravani.
So then...
I have an off-topic question for you two. So we're sent to kind of find you and just get more information and everything. We're also supposed to bring Astra to you. Would you two want to come with us back to Dendar? So you can come with us in Astra, we'll go to Dendar, and then we can kind of separate from there, just so you can meet the headmaster with us?
You see, they kind of look at each other, and
I imagine after we
think-
tell him.
Well, I think perhaps. Are you able to grant us audience?
Yeah. We see him all the
Yeah,
time.
we'll just go in there and
We pretty much walk up to him.
Yeah.
Really do remind me of someone needs to know.
Big shit.
That would actually be beneficial to us as well. We've been having to stay somewhat secretive from the government, hence our disguises. But if we were able to speak directly with Headmaster Praw, that would really benefit us.
I imagine after that we have that conversation, he'll probably want us to investigate the Soltorian field or what's beyond.
I don't know about that. Probably just more into Urbania. As far as we said that maybe.
But if she's from the Soltorian field.
We,
Well, my
we
thought
suspect,
is.
but whatever it was that where she came from, the reason that we are out here is to investigate to basically make sure we didn't cause this. We suspect that it was an entity, just due to some of the nature of our transport here. But really, at least from what we could find, the death and destruction and whatever happened came from Meltazar.
That's what I was going to say, is because you said the seed might have came from where you guys are from, but it really grew and became something in Meltazar. So probably that's where we'd go back to.
I mean, we could. However, it seems again what you said. What she's looking for is here in Aldir, right?
We suspect, yes.
And what do you think she was looking for? Just
Things of power.
things of power?
We don't know, and that's why we were here to try to find out. We've only seen bits and pieces of her travels, but really any attempt that we've had to approach and learn has been thwarted, mainly because the very powers that we use that makes us investigators, she can very easily turn against us. And we can't risk falling under her control. I apologize, I don't mean to sound elitist, but if she had the ability of a wayfarer, there wouldn't be anywhere that she wouldn't be able to go. But one thing that I have found that is strange based on our previous travels, this started in Meltazar, but it has not continued in Meltazar. Whatever it is came out and was not able to get back.
So it's here now.
I don't know, but I suspect this might be why she wants us.
Trying
And
to find something.
if I can, dear, you as well.
Yes.
No, she's looking for you as well.
Oh.
Yeah. No, you.
Oh. God, I'm confused.
You said you were attacked by her
I guess maybe me. I don't know. But you maybe.
What exactly attacked you?
She's trying to be
Yeah.
There's
some. Sorry.
We've seen multiple examples of our agents. Some of them mindless, I would say. Some are psychological feelings, if it were.
Is one of them a kobold by chance?
We have indeed. We haven't seen him for a while, though, but
I don't think you'll be seeing that one again anytime soon.
Why not?
On our way over, after you contacted Wade, we were ambushed.
Yes.
Pull out some of that acre.
Yeah.
Scraped on the side of a building.
Oh, that's why you look so rough.
Yeah.
He got the jump on us a bit, and
So they're here.
is that why you have wounds on
Yes.
your wrist?
Yes.
He was trying to
he
cut.
tried to cut
I-
the hand
The
off
hand off.
directly.
So I think she's looking for the boons, I think.
Right the hand that feeds.
She's looking for any power she can get.
The boons.
But for what? Why would she need all these things just to come out on top?
So
or-
you said wayfarer?
Yes.
And you said the ability for someone to transport a ship requires what? Like, it's not common, right?
Absolutely not. I am able to transport myself and one other, sometimes more, but that requires a massive amount of energy. An entire ship.
That's why she wants. So if she's after the wayfarers and she's after great sources of power, I think it's safe to assume that she's after these powers so that way she can use it to siphon and bring something either here or take us somewhere else.
Or take herself to the other side of the Stortorian field.
I think she could do that if she wanted to, no? Like, there's no... There's no magical or defined barrier that would block her from going there.
There absolutely is.
Oh,
It is difficult to travel through the Staltorian field, but it's specifically designed so only those, such as ourselves, wayfarers, are able to pass through. It was a security measure to, well, keep hostiles out, mainly. There was some time when we allowed people to leave, but since then, the field is...
so you're right. She wants the energy and then a wayfarer in order to transfer her to the Sartorian field.
She wants something on the other
There's
side.
something in the Sulturian field?
That she wants.
We don't know if that's specifically what she wants. She might just want that to be able to go anywhere.
That's an option for her.
Because then she can easily grab everything that she wants. Any
Until-
object of power, she can just be there in an instant.
Well, yeah, but I think there's...
You're jumping to a
think
very
there's
hard
something-
conclusion
But I don't
very
think
fast.
she's just going for these sources of power just to have power.
No, I know that.
I think there's some sort of like end goal, right?
There is. I just don't think we have enough information to say that this is what she's doing.
That's true. Not yet. I mean, we can never know.
I think
Until once we
I'm just
actually...
confused about geography. What's in the Sulturian field?
So the last great rift that opened up was
Are there still people? Are there still people there? Is there a mess?
It's like a whole country.
There's a whole
So-
country in
Yes.
there. Okay.
yeah, like meta. That was the first campaign.
Okay.
So like the war from like the first campaign is
Basically,
behind the
got brought into the endless
Got
sky,
it.
and that's what's beyond the Sultorian field.
And like Aldir, like no one knows that.
No.
Do they trade with them at all?
No,
Nope.
because you said no one is allowed to pass.
Like
through.
some, like at one point, I guess some people, but it's
people were allowed to leave but not enter.
There are some that are both slip through the field, but it's extremely difficult. And we
I
can,
think Ava could do it.
with,
Yeah, I don't control and shit.
with the power that
Hi.
you possess, I very much believe that you would be able to pass through that field.
Apollo gives Ava a high five.
Yeah!
You gotta believe in yourself more.
It's the stars. It's not me.
Yeah, but it's your ability to
Like she
commune with
said,
the stars.
it took her energy to do it. It doesn't take me energy. The door just open. It's either there or it's not there.
Because you're so charismatic that the doors love you.
I don't think that's what's happening.
Ava, lover of door.
Wait,
Lover of?
Is this wayfarer thing? Is it like a skill that your people learn?
wait in the
It is something that we
Well,
are.
I don't know.
did you hear what he said?
No, I'm DMing.
Wade and Apollo behind doors.
God damn it, Chris.
Sorry.
You didn't close the door last time.
Sorry. I closed the hammock curtain, but it's-
You learned about the worms that day.
The pamphlet.
Yeah, do you know anything about pamphlet too? I keep hearing.
I'll kill you.
Well, anyways,
No, but so is it something that your people learn?
No, it actually, from what we can tell, it came from the endless sky.
Oh,
It is a. It's hard to describe. It's not something that can be learned. It is something that you were born with. It is a skill that you must already have that you can then train. I think of a sorcerer, but much more difficult.
you
And
can train it.
I'm sorry,
You can train it.
we were able to, but that process of gaining control can be very, very, very dangerous.
How to train your dragon.
Can you teach me?
I would like to know as well.
He's a lizard folk. I think he has it in him.
I would be very willing to train you, especially if you are not in control of your abilities. It can be a very dangerous skill to not have control over,
I mean, I'm alive still, so.
obviously, and very skilled, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I haven't gotten this many compliments since Charles's house.
she's really sticking up to
I know, I don't understand. I feel like.
I apologize. It's been a long time since I've met another wayfarer.
Are there not that many of y'all anymore?
Less and less, actually. And I have suspicions as to why. Mainly with this shared entity that we are being pursued by.
She's like snatching them up, maybe.
Well, also, this conversation aside, how are we going to approach Astra with this? Because I know she's not going to be happy with us.
So the story we told Astra is...
And then I tell her
Yep.
that we told Astra that we're gonna go help her find Ravanya because Azriel wanted us to bring Astra to you.
Very well. That's difficult.
I mean, we could just keep taking her and have her help us fight Ravanya. She's a cleric. She would be so good. She'd be so helpful.
I don't know if that would be the best. You see Jade kind of like leans back and is like looking at his nails. I mean, she wanted to go on an adventure. She's that's not exactly what I had in
like
mind.
level 6. I think we're level 6 too. I think we're evenly paced, to be honest. She can take it.
She can take it.
She's
She
alright.
will not be happy to see us.
That's okay.
I suppose we could keep up our disguises? You see Jade just looks at her like, really?
I think we should just get it over with.
I think you should just rip off the band-aid.
Yeah.
Ava, my dragon sister.
My dragon brother. Oh, and no longer quasi-dragon baby.
Sorry.
Well, I suppose what is then, that's not her voice. Are we to leave immediately, or?
I mean, I don't think there's anything else we need to do. And y'all, we accomplished our mission.
We figured out and we got what we came here for.
We found some information about the emerald scarring that helps a lot.
It is getting rather late. Should we set off in the morning? Or are you wanting to...
I think we have a place.
Yeah.
You want to come stay with us in Astra and Guardian?
I appreciate that. We also do have a place of our own.
Okay.
We are staying at... the Everbright
It's so
Shrine.
nice.
They don't have free breakfast there.
They don't have free breakfast there.
No, they do not have free breakfast.
We chose the free continental breakfast.
Speaking of, they haven't brought us our meat yet.
I
The
know
waitress walked in, saw the bubble, and walked right back.
Yeah, I see. She goes, "Oh, Jake, maybe you should let her go." You see, kind of waves his hand, and you see like the door opens, and this waitress kind of comes in with just like the raw meat, kind of like, hello, and she's kind of puts it down.
Handful of the raw meat.
Yeah, and you see she like is still kind of blinking and dazed, and she kind of wanders out, and Jay just closes the door.
How much meat is there?
With Vagus, not enough, but there can be more.
We need more.
Okay, and you see,
I'm shoveling it.
Pixel, as you guys continue your conversation, she picks up the tab, and you guys can eat as much meat as you want.
Vagus fell in love.
Like, it's just like grabbing handfuls, putting over the fire for a second. And
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Well, I don't think if there's anything else that we need to talk about, we can just head back and talk with Astra, and then we can depart for Demdar in the morning.
save this for later.
So is your plan to go back to the room, talk with Astra, and then go to sleep?
Let's honestly. So I think you want to just meet us at the ship tomorrow?
You see, she just like becomes so resigned, and you see Jade just.
You want to just?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good idea. That's gonna be a terrible idea. It's gonna be a fucking great
Because
idea.
I think if we tell her now, she's just gonna be mad. I don't want to deal with
I
that
don't want to
tonight.
go to sleep mad.
Let's just like let it ride, and then in the morning, hey, surprise!
All right.
Yeah.
I like it.
Hey, look who we found!
Yeah, I like it.
We'll give her information on like where we're docked and everything.
Sure, easy enough. And they agreed that they're gonna meet up with you the next day. Easy enough.
Super early. Let's meet up at like 10 a.m. Right.
Very well. We will see
When do
you
they
then.
serve breakfast?
And
I can
also,
bring
10 a.m.
do you have like ascending or anything?
I have the ability to. Yes.
If you're gonna get attacked by Ravanya, don't be afraid to tell us so we can help you.
I will absolutely reach
Okay,
out.
cool.
I'll
Yes.
splatter a kobold again if I have to.
You know, just so they like.
So
We also have the ability to communicate over distance if need be.
that is good.
I
Very
ball
well.
form on the counter and it burps.
What? There's so many things about this world that we do not understand.
You're telling us. I don't understand it either.
That's my
So-
son.
Oh, I hand back Vagus the list. There you go.
The list.
The list of things I had to do for
The
you.
scribbling.
Oh.
My baby
So-
son list.
I'll say with that, since we're starting to approach our time, you finish up this meal and conversation. If there's anything else you guys can't think of, you can ask them again when you see them tomorrow. If you head back to the inn, you're immediately greeted by a very irritated Astra, having been ditched again.
I heal Wade as much as I can to make it look like he didn't get into combat.
Nice. As
How many hit points are you missing?
It was not that much farther. Like
I'm assuming my wounds aren't showing too much.
I have like
No, you have to blade all the time.
7 more health points to go.
I'll give
Oh
him
no,
one
a
more.
new scar.
I'll give him one more healing word at level 1.
I will say, stop.
That was a Ravania sound.
My computer's completely glitched out on me.
Don't do it.
I can still hear the bass line to it. Like
So,
unless that's
I'm
just the fan.
Okay, I won't heal.
so you have a brief and irritated conversation with Astra, and we'll say whatever is said, as you will go to the rooms that she has rented for you for the night.
I put my bed as close as I can next to you.
Sure.
I mean, I'm on Vegas.
No, but I fucking.
I curl up on
The bed.
Apollo's back, like.
The beds are together because she talks to you.
Bill.
Yeah.
So I
Push
want
your bed into mine.
Uh,
Oh, Vegas has him like curled up on the side.
Defensively, everybody's
like-
gonna form a perimeter around.
No, he's on my chest, so I'm just kind of like
Oh, you have me.
I've got you in a headlock, like passed out.
I'll have stickers rest on top of you.
Get
Of
me
you?
out of here.
Like on the headboard above
Look
Vegas?
you like it.
No, I'm in.
It looks so comfortable.
I'm scared.
It looks really warm, actually.
don't fucking do this to me, Scott.
So,
He's hugging me. No.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Wade casts sleep.
so as you all fall asleep.
I would go to sleep first.
Well, that wasn't a glitch, was it?
No.
I knew
It was
it.
So
supposed to
weird.
play, but you know.
Doing a secret
So as you all
session.
fall asleep, with the events of the day on your mind, everything that you've learned, everything that you've encountered. Wade.
Someone else! Someone else! Someone else!
I'm excited.
You see, as you fall asleep,
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
You son of a
as you begin to fall asleep, you instinctively have your right hand clasped, and hold it, trying to keep it as close to yourself as you can to not let go. And your wrist just throbs from where that blade cut into you, threatening to cut it and take it from you. This thing that makes you special. As you fall asleep, it's a weird, strange pull down into yourself. It's not scary as soon you see that glowing tree, one you've seen so many times before, and that familiar serpent biting at its roots. And you feel the tension in your hand. You just focus on how bright that tree is. And you've seen this before, you know what this is. More or less. You've had dreams about this before. But something's different. You're not alone this time. You feel her before you see her. And you just see this movement at the corner of your eye as you look down. You just see a long, fingernailed hand just rest slightly on your shoulder. Dark skin, not long and claw-like, or broken and gross. Just these long manicured nails. And where it touches your skin, it just turns cold and an itch that is under the skin that you know you can't reach. You are interesting. And you feel the hands slide off your shoulder and across your back as she walks behind you, just trailing the fingers across your back. Is this what you dream about at night when you sleep? What exactly is this?
Can I get a good look at this baby?
As you turn, you see this tall, beautiful drow woman with these like blue tattoos, like on the side of her face. And she just kind of smiles when you look at her and just kind of takes a step away, just kind of folding her hands in front of her.
I'm just gonna glare. Just let her essentially talk to herself for now. Just see what else she has to say.
No need to be rude. It's a conversation. I do not wish you harm.
If that's true, then you can leave.
Not yet, I'm afraid. There's things that we need to discuss. You are special. Any fool can see that. Stop. Especially me. I know worth when I see it. Of course. I do not know if any offer I could potentially make to you be worth your while. You run away from responsibilities, don't you? As she's like walking in front of you. No, you already designed, destined for greatness, aren't you? You don't need me to tell you that. You've been told that your whole life. I simply want to make an offer. I need your help. And we can help each other.
What exactly is it that you want?
There's something important about identity. Your name is very important. Not that you care about such things, right? Wade. I am trying to reach out, but I can't.
Yeah, well, you're doing a shit job right now.
I'm aware. And she kind of like takes a step away from you. It's now standing directly between you and this tree, so you can't see the fine details of her features, but just the general outline of her shape as she's silhouetted by this tree. I'm trying to reach out to the outside world, but because of what has happened to me, it is corrupted, and I can't stop hurting people. I cannot talk with someone without breaking them. And I need help. Help me, and I'll help you.
I'll consider it. You can go now.
Very well. Think of my offer. You see, she starts to walk again, but with every step before was silent. But now, as she steps, you hear this like metal on metal. I make good on my promises. I'll always help my allies. I'll grant you anything that you want. Anything. And as she kind of steps out of the way, you see that on the ground where she was standing, starting from her, but under your own feet as well, cast in a glow by the light of this tree, gold coins litter the ground. I will make you whatever you want to be. Fafnir. And that's where we're going to end this week's session.
Yeah, fake news!
Names are important. I'll put my last name on this document. Fake first name.
What are you talking about?
But you have to put the last name on there. Fucking God.
What are you talking about?
You put the last name?
No, Wade's my name.
Fafnir.
Yeah.
Fafnir.
Fucking-
Fafnir.
All these eyes on me.
Fafnir. Fafnir. What?
Hey, you guys also don't know the titling system of the Wolves here.
Don't you give
No.
no
You're making fun
fake,
of them. Yeah.
fake,
Fake news.
fake,
news.
fake news.
Fake name.
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Near
Fafnir.
fucking God.
Fafnir.
Fuck you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in for episode 22. Please come back
Fucking
next
hate
week
this bitch.
Yay.
as we move on with this shenanigans.
Yep.
We'll see you all next week. So please tune in next week to watch how this campaign goes from 20 to 1.
20 to 1.
Bye.